everyone. I hope you are having a good day. Let's see if I can remember to press the first puzzle button. I have remembered to press the first puzzle button. Excellent, excellent. Welcome. I hope everyone is doing well. We get to start with a Double Arrow Fillomino by Myxo, so that'll be exciting. And I realize already that I forgot to put my number pad here. But if I talk long enough, Tristan will bring me my number pad. Tristan's being very particular about the microphone volume lately. But let us... I just had my sound turned on. Okay. But anyway, my number pad, I suspect, will appear. Two announcements, I think. One is that I'm sure certain members of the stream wouldn't mind. One is that I recently published a new puzzle called Soliloquy on LMD. Just this morning, or no, just yesterday, I guess. So if you're interested in a Zeta puzzle, there is a new Zeta puzzle that is a sort of mix of constraints. It is primarily a German Whispers Nabner puzzle, so I haven't published a Nabner puzzle in a while, but this is a heavy use on the Nabner thing. So Nabner is just a line where digits can't repeat, but no digits on the line can be consecutive. So anyway, I commend that to you. Perhaps in time it will become clear why it was called Soliloquy, but anyway, for now, it is just Soliloquy, so enjoy that if you are into that kind of thing. There may be one or two Renbans, and there might even be a Thermo in there, but don't tell anyone. Hey, Myxo. The other announcement is that today, after stream is over, so in 4 hours, give or take, we are going to do a premiere of a video of Rangsk and I solving it shall be revealed on the My Puzzles of 2023 video. That is very possible. That is very possible. That is exactly the kind of place where I'll talk about it. If Simon solves it, I'll try not to talk about it on the stream when Simon asks why it's called Soliloquy. But yes, after stream we're premiering another solve of Rangsk and I, or another video of Rangsk and I solving a Peardoku. So if you saw the previous one, where Rangsk and I solved a Peardoku and you enjoyed that, but you thought, wow, this would be more fun if they missed a really obvious thing for a really long time, then this is the video for you. So I hope you will enjoy that and come watch it with us. So anyway, so that should be a fun time for all involved. All right. So with all of that said, I think we can get started on the Double Arrowmino by Myxo. I should say I saw this and immediately was like, I want to do it because I, of course, love double arrows. But I also immediately was like, how on earth are Double Arrow and Fillomino going to interact with each other? Because it's not at all an obvious pairing to me. So I suspect there's going to be a great deal of art in this. Of course, Myxo made a full rank Fillomino, so I'm sure that this was a much easier thing to set up than that. But anyway, so let's get started. So first of all, how does Fillomino work? So you'll notice that this is a 10 by 15 grid. So there's no there's no Sudoku happening here. I'm not going to put the digits 1 through 9 once each into this row of 15 things. I mean, who knows? Maybe I will, but it would be quite a coincidence. But rather, I'm going to be breaking the grid into Tetris pieces. And so the Tetris pieces don't have to be Tetris in size. So could do that. We could even have a little shame omino in there, which is what I call it anytime there's a 1-cell omino. And then each cell gets the size of its container as a digit or a number. They don't have to be digits. They could be even bigger than digits. Now, the real question is, will Selena consider this a giant grid with arrows or not? Because the real question, I suppose, is, are double arrows a degenerate form of arrow? We'll have to find out. But the important thing in a Fillomino, really actually the only thing in a Fillomino, aside from the fact that I have to break these digits into, or break these ominoes. Wow, my brain today. Yeah, I think Myxo is now rivaling me for the number of double arrow puzzles submitted. Because this is Myxo's third double arrow puzzle, and I might only have 3 double arrow puzzles myself. Anyway, because I had to break the grid into ominoes, yes, there we go. The only rule in doing that is that 2 ominoes of the same size can't touch, so I can't even, if it would look fine, I can't do this, because that's a 4 touching a 4, and that is, as Monty Python would say, right out. So we have to do that. So we also have double arrows. And so the way a double arrow works is that if you have numbers in 2 circles, the sum of the numbers along the line is the same as the numbers in the 2 circles. So in this case, this number would have to be an 11. And the way we denote 11s is like that. So the corner number is the first digit. The center number is the second digit. We haven't yet had to do a 3-digit number, so we'll figure out how we're going to handle that. But we have a Stream 200 coming up, and I will be shocked if we make it through the Stream 200 celebration without having to enter 3-digit numbers into ominoes. So that would be an acceptable way to fill that. But note, if I have this is a 4 and this is a 7, this would be a perfectly acceptable way to fill that as well. So 4, 5, 6, 7, because 4 plus 7 is the same as 5 plus 6. Note, you can even repeat the number, so we could do 4, 4, 7, 7, which would be a really natural way to handle some of these. Do you have a recommended betting tree, Myxo, for this puzzle? Yes, and do please like the stream if you have not yet done so. So just go ahead and click the thumbs up button. And while you're there, if you've not clicked the bell icon, please do that as well to get notifications when I go live. So just in case you're sort of hanging around and you don't get the notification, it will be sure to tell you if you put the always button. And I don't think I ever post so much stuff that it will be obtrusive to you. I stream 3 days a week and post at most 1 additional video per week. So it will not be obtrusive, I do not believe, if you do so. But we have that. Math Pesto did make a Shame Omino centered puzzle, but I don't remember what Math Pesto called the puzzle. I'm not sure. Okay, so the first thing I notice is that the sum of these 2 digits is this digit. And what that means is that I can draw in some borders over here. Oops, all monominos was the name. And now that's just that same logic applies over down here. And I'll notice actually this omino can extend out because this needs to be at least 2. 2 is the smallest. This could be 1 plus 1 is 2. So I'm going to go ahead and give that omino a color. Let's see. Likewise, we have this going there. This goes here. We can just create some more things. So we've got a few little things like that. This one actually looks kind of interesting. I'm surprised about this one. All right. Let's see. Dorlier is convinced this digit can't be very large, or this number can't be very large. I'm not quite sure. Is this, I mean, this 3 certainly splashes onto this line. There's no way the 3 sort of escapes without also touching its own line. So the other numbers on this line, though, any way I do this, need to total at least 6. So if the 3 goes onto the line, that cancels out the 3. And then I've got 4 more cells. But the minimum they could be is 1, 2, 1, 2. And so that means this digit here is at least a 6. So I'm going to write a 6 in a little digit here to say, hey, this is at least a 6. And notice this digit definitely can't escape onto its own line over here. Because if it did, then we'd have 3 cells on this line that summed to 0 because the 3 is on the line. So this is a minimum of 6. Now, I kind of want this thing. So that means this is a minimum of 9. Okay, so that this is going to be big, because this number is a minimum of 9 now. And this number assuredly can't go onto this line, because if this number goes onto this line, it's a humongous problem, because this number is the sum of all the digits on this line. Okay, so this, whatever it is, it can't go out there, so it needs to escape here because it's enormous. And so there's no way that it doesn't go through here. Which is then going to make the 6 go through here, no matter what happens. Well, let's do it one step at a time. Let's do the 6 goes through there. But the point is now, this is a blue plus a green, and that's a blue, so this has to be a green by maths, is the point. And so the blue now escapes down. Now, this green still is nowhere near done, so the green's going to come down to those cells. So we've got something like that. This green can't go up. I agree with that statement. So now this is green plus green in size, is very interesting. You have not. So, Selena, we were debating, will you consider this a giant grid with arrows, or do double arrows not count as a giant grid with arrows? So this line is very interesting. This line sums to green plus green, but it can't have 2 greens on it, because then blue would be dead. So it has no greens on it, in fact, is what we conclude, because it definitely has a blue on it. And so that means that this green grows over here, which means this green, that is still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, still needs to grow at least to there, no matter what happens. So that is cool. This yellow is enormous. Yellow is more than 10 now. So it doesn't mean this isn't green, I suppose. Okay, this whole line now, though, sums to green plus green, so that's not very large. So this double arrow probably doesn't have a green on it, but I can't prove it. Oh, wait, how on earth is this working? Because one of these is blue, and one of these is bigger than green, because blue is less than green. So one of these two is bigger than green. That's on here. So that's interesting. I don't know quite what to do with it yet. I'm sure all will become clear in time. You took that down way too low, I think. Well, you turned it down 2 out of 4. All right. So this number is even bigger than green as well. So I know this isn't green. let's see. Yeah, and I know, again, exactly one of these is blue, which is suggestive that that's blue, but it's not definitive. Let's see. Paulfly says there's a digit bigger than green on the 2-cell double arrow. I'm not sure what 2-cell double arrow we're even talking. Oh, this double arrow, right. This is a blue and a number bigger than green. I agree. So one of row 5, column 3, and row 6, column 2 is at least 12. Yeah, one of these two I know is at least 12. I agree. And that one's going to have to escape. Okay, so yeah, so that's interesting. I'm going to go ahead and give that one a color. I'm going to say that these are blue and orange. So orange is my gigantic one. And orange is equal to green plus green minus blue. Do I know that that number is 3? Maybe. It's possible if I look at this, I know that green is 3 more than blue. I probably know that. So orange is definitely hitting this line. So I think, therefore, blue can't hit this line. Because if blue hits this line, orange and blue already sum to green plus green. And that's going to be a big problem because there's a whole bunch more numbers on here. So because orange is forced to hit this line, blue can't, if I have done my math correctly. Which means that blue, which is a minimum of 6, can't touch this line, so it's constrained. It needs to take these cells and be exactly 6. And so I think the 6 is our first digit. Let us do our 6 dance. Boop-boop-a-doo. Woo-ba-doo. Boop-boop-a-doo. Boop-boop-a-doo. Ba-da-ba-doo. Ba-da-ba-doo. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so we know that these are 6s and these are 6s. We know that green is 9. We can draw in some hemming on our blues because we know the blue doesn't touch the other thing. This Triomino now, because this only sums to 9, I actually know this Triomino can't take 2 cells on here. So I think this Triomino is now forced to do this exactly, if I understand how this is working. Because I think if I put 2 3s on here, I need to make the other 3 cells sum to 3. I don't think I can do that. Oh, it could get out to the right. Never mind. Right. It could get out to the right. Right. Yep. It can just huff it east, and that will also be okay. I was missing that possibility. But I think that does mean that these numbers are all from 1, 2, 3. Just to make that work. Now, this green can't go here, funnily enough, actually. That's a deduction that I could have made a while ago. Because there's a number, namely orange, that's bigger than green on this, there can't be a green on this either. And so, actually, this green can't go here, which actually now is going to cap this green completely at being these cells. Like, oops, not like that, like that. So this green is actually now donezo, as they say. So now, yes, now if this 3 comes up here, now we can't finish. So now this 3 is going over here, like that. And so, therefore, these must be Shemaminos, because if these are not Shemaminos, the total is too big. So Shemaminos, and these are all 2s. 2 needs to get a color. There's assuredly one I have not used yet. 2s can be purple, I suppose, although that feels almost insulting to purple. That we can do this. Okay, so Shea Mominos, purples. We've got all of that. This 9 also can't go onto this line for the reason we've just articulated, which is that if 9 went onto this line, this line would sum to more than 9 plus 9. And yes, I refuse to actually say the number. I'm just going to say 9 plus 9 so I don't have to calculate it. This 9 is now actually going to have to keep going, because remember, the 9 can't go here either, or this circle would have to be a 0. And if the circle is a 0, 0 is too big. Or sorry, 0 is too small. Oh, perhaps Tristan will post a link in the chat. It's possible. This number is huge. And so because... Oh, this number is huge, but it could be orange. This number is huge, but it could be orange. So I can't say that this number... Well, I guess I know that this escapes right regardless, because this is not escaping 2 left. So I don't know if it's orange or not, but I'm going to go ahead and use a little purple line to indicate that these are definitely the same omino. And so the 9 doesn't dip south to grab that. Now... Orange is, we actually know what orange is now, right? Orange is 12. So there's a 12 on here, and everything else on here sums to 6. And so I guess we could have like double shame omino or even triple shame omino here. So I don't quite know exactly how this is going to work out. But yeah, orange is exactly 12, because orange is, well, because this is a 6 and a 12. But it could be 2 1s and 2 2s, as D-Web says, but there could even be a 4 in there, I think. Okay, Selena has a good point, which is, what if this is the orange? Then this orange is going to be forced to go down and down and down, and now yellow is dead. Because yellow, remember, would then be orange plus green, so yellow is huge. And so yellow would have to escape through here, but there's a problem because that can't be orange. This requires a little bit of visualization, but it is never, ever, ever going to work if yellow goes here and here and here. It would mean that would also have to be yellow, but now orange can't get to however big orange is. Orange is 12. So that's not the orange. This is the orange. Like that. Yeah, good spot to Selena there that was going to cause an issue not too far down the line. So this orange is going to go here. And remember, this orange is only allowed to take 1 cell on this line, so orange is going to take the pink line now, like that. You can remember that orange is 12, and we'll record that for the future. So these two total at least 3, and so therefore these total at most 3. And so these are from 1-2, but aren't necessarily a 1-2 pair. They could be a 1-1 pair. But these total at least 2, so these need to total at most 4. So these are from 1-2-3. For what is going on. Oh, people are pointing out that some math is doable. If this is a 9 and this is a 12, this must be a 3, which is apparently red. Let's see. So where now do we go? Yellow can't take... Oh, maybe yellow could take both of those in this incredibly perverse scenario. I think yellow could take both of those in that incredibly perverse scenario. I mean, I think the most likely case is that this is a 2, but I don't think it has to be a 2. Right. Right. Okay, that's very cool. So Paul Fly says, imagine that this orange grows down. What happens to the 3? Well, the 3 certainly then can't take this because this number in this universe is bigger than 12. So the 3 would be forced to take these 2 cells. But now the problem is 12 plus 3 is 18, and these need to sum to 0. So that doesn't work. So the 12 never takes that cell, and so orange grows. Oh, Lord, I just noticed something, which is that this cell has the same sum as these cells all together. Dear Lord. Okay, so this number is definitely not 3, because this, again, this number, whatever it is, it's enormous. It's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's at least 13 at a minimum. So I'm going to write a 9 in there just to say it's at least 9, but it's even bigger than that if I could articulate that. And the reason for that is that I wanted to note that the 3 definitely doesn't take it, and this cell definitely doesn't take it. And so this number, so this number has to be 3 now, because if this number is not a 3, then the 3 grows and takes both of those, and as previously noted, that would make these a double 0. So this is always a 3, which means this number is enormous, because this number needs to be at least 10, just by our very naive estimation before. And so we have that going on. Okay. So this number, actually this number has a maximum now that's kind of funny. And I bet this is the next deduction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This number is a maximum of 15. Let's see what its minimum is if we're slightly more intelligent about it. So those are at least 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So yeah, so this is really 14 or 15. And it's going to take almost every cell in this thing. In particular, whatever this is, I'm going to make this Simon Sweater. In particular, Simon's sweater here definitely takes every cell of this double arrow. Because if it doesn't take every cell of this double arrow, it needs to miss 2 of them, because it can't take all but 1, but there's no way it takes 2 of them. So this is a minimum of 14, and it's either 14 or 15. We're just going to have to remember that, by which I mean you're going to have to tell me that, because I'm going to have forgotten. Now, if the 3 goes here, we lose 2 degrees of freedom when we only have 1, by which I mean that if the 3 were to take this cell, then my minimum of 14 would become a minimum of 16, because I put a 1 here in the minimum. But there aren't 16 cells for Simon's sweater to take. So this instead goes this way. And that finishes the 3. Okay, and so now I need these 3 cells to sum to 3, so they must all be Shame-Aminos all over. Gross. This number I know, again, is not... this number is big, but it's not green. Yeah, I like Dorlear's suggestion, or not Dorlear's suggestion. I like the suggestion that we corner mark 1 in here and center mark 4, 5 as a way of saying that this is definitely 14 or 15. This number's big. So whatever it is, it's going to grow out. It very well could be yellow. It almost certainly is yellow. This number is at least 2, though, so this number grows out. Ah, okay, so that's very interesting. Okay, so here's what happens. This is not a 1, so this grows out. And therefore, yellow now is forced, because yellow, remember, is at least 11 now. Yellow is forced to take all of these cells. But since yellow takes all of those cells, by double arrow math, it also takes that cell, which means that these are purple and a 2. Okay, so we've got that. And so now yellow is 11. Very cute, Myxo. And so now this number, remember, is enormous because it's either 11 or 12. If this number is 12, we have the following problem. If it's 12, this expands here and expands here and expands here and expands here, and then both dies and kills yellow. The reason why it dies and kills yellow is because it certainly can't take a cell on this line, because we put a 1 here before. If we replace that with a 12, that eats up our 1 degree of freedom and 10 more degrees of freedom. Hey, Chameleon. By the way, Chameleon, someone in my YouTube comments said they found my channel through your channel, but I could not find your channel. Can you post a link in chat to your channel if you have a channel? I searched for it and could not find it, but I'd love to see it if you're putting out content somewhere. Maybe it's on Twitch or something? I'm not sure, but I'd love to see it. Anyway, so the upshot of all of this is 11. 1 and 1, and we can get rid of the pink here. Now, as noted, it definitely doesn't take that cell, so our 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... Oh, 11. There we go. I just missed a cell. So there we go. Okay, so you got all those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Uh-oh, now it's 12. Before I counted and it was 10 and I was worried, and now I counted and it's 12 and I'm worried. But I think it is actually 11. It looks like it's actually 11. Okay, so we've got those. Okay, and so now this is 14. And not 15. So that means that I have to do the minimum. But now the minimum is actually... everything is forced, because I've got to do 1, 2 here in the actual minimum, but I can't put the 2 there because there's nowhere for it to grow. And so here's my Hydra again. And here's my domino. Ba-doop, ba-doo. And now, if I counted correctly before, which I hope I did, because otherwise we're going to have a problem, we can now fill in the rest of the 14. So we've got some boop-a-da-boo, boop-a-doo-ba-doo-boo, boop-a-da-boo, boop-a-doo-ba-doo-boo. Okay, there we go. So now, remember that in the minimum, all of these were Hydra. And so we've got, bam, all the Hydra in the entire world. This puzzle was perhaps set for the sole purpose of getting as many Hydra into a puzzle as possible. So we've got this. So now our orange comes up here for certain. Our green comes up here for certain. Can think about how green and orange interact with this thing. I guess that means this is definitely huge, because at least this number is at least 13 at bare minimum, because of... No, it's at least 12. Could be 12. Sorry, could be 12. Anyway, we're going to do some little pinkening over down here. These two are in the same omino, and these two are in the same omino. These two are in the same omino, fascinatingly enough. Oh yeah, we can write 14 in all of Simon's sweater. That's a good idea. So 4 and 1 in the corner. Good spot to Jay in chat. We have a new Jay in chat. Welcome, Jay. If green takes this cell, that forces orange to take this cell, but now this cell needs to be a -3, and you can't put a -3 next to a +3. That is a beautiful spot. So we have to go up there. You also can't put a -3 at all, but you definitely can't put one next to a +3. That would be uber wrong. Okay, so this is a 9. Oh, and that's a 9 as well. Let's see. So if orange takes this cell, then this is going to have an even size, and this is going to have to be... Oh, I guess orange could take all of these cells, and that would be a very reasonable thing for it to do, I think. Yes, we have at least 3 J's and a J's. Yeah, there's so many... so many horrible things you can do with Fillomino, and I have full faith in Myxo to do absolutely every one of them. Let's see. So we've got those there. Okay, so if this becomes pink, does it create a problem? It certainly can't be the case that that's pink. So this pink can only be 3 or 4. I'm happy to say that. If that's also pink, that's a problem because that cell's a 0. So pink is definitely 3 or 4. For sure. If this is 3... okay. So if this is a 3, there's a problem. If this is a 3, the problem is that these 2 cells sum to this one. But that's a problem because this cell is more than 1, so it is that one. So in fact, yes, so this is a 4. Sorry, it is a 4. Good. Okay, thank you, chat. I would not have thought to check that broke for a bit. 4 doesn't have a color yet. Let's see. 4 gets to be Carnival Cake. Okay, and so now these 2 are the same. No, these 2 are not the same because these 2 sum to this one. So this one's at least 5. At least 6 even, because this is not 1. So this is a minimum of 6. I'll write the 6 there in the center so we can expand this out like that. And again, it's a minimum of 6, so it's going to keep expanding. And now this is this is another instance where I should have marked this at the beginning. 1-cell double arrows don't have their circles spill onto them. And so blue is actually going to go all the way around here just by magic. Again, blue can't go there. So we've got at least that far with the blue. Now, is it possible that pink also takes this cell? If pink also takes this cell, what does my math say? Does that make pink a non-integer? Because if pink takes this cell, that says that pink plus pink is blue. But if pink plus pink is blue... Oh, no, that would just make pink 4 and blue 8. That's fine. Let's see. I mean, this number is certainly at least 3. That's fine. Huh. See, there's some complicated math I could do down here. I feel like there must be a lot of hate watchers, Glum Hippo. But yes, please do like the stream and subscribe if you have not yet subscribed. Yeah, the fact that this thing can't escape through there is interesting. But yeah, this is at least 2. Okay, so does it break somehow if pink is 2? Because if pink is 2, then it's those 2, which would make that a 4, which would make that a 2. The 4 would go up. No, I think I can argue that, or I think I can visualize quite a few steps ahead where pink being 2 works. So I think pink probably is 2. Are we going to remix the song Crazy Train to be about crazy chains? Let's see. I'm gonna take a real quick break. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. I'm pretty sure I've seen a toroidal Fillomino before, but I could be wrong. All right. If blue extends, the circles alternate, and pink is 1. Okay, let me understand Selena's point here. So if this is blue, then let's just make this royal purple. Then royal purple is royal purple plus something. Let's make it brown is blue. But now that makes this royal purple and makes this brown in order to make this work. And so the only way that this would work is if brown and purple are the same. Because purple here is a 1 in this corner, but it's at least 2 over here. So in fact, in this universe, royal purple is huge. And so the question is, does this break if, in fact, actually blue and purple are both enormous? Probably does, but I feel like I'm going to have to chase this a lot further than I want to prove it. Because it's going to involve something over here. Oh, there's a mathematical problem. Is that true? So 4 plus purple is blue, but purple plus purple, right. Okay, so I think in this instance, dark purple is 5. So we know 2 things. So purple is pink plus blue. But also purple plus purple is blue. So purple is equal to pink. No, sorry. I'm saying this backwards. blue is 4 more than purple, is what we actually know from the arrow. Blue is 4 more than purple. Oh, I did do this right? Right. Blue is 4 more than purple, and purple plus purple is blue. So therefore, purple is 4, but purple is visibly 5. Okay. Okay, so that is, I don't know if this was necessary. This is well into horrible chain, but the reason why I did it is I really liked this idea of so these things alternate like this. I thought it was going to be, so these things alternate like this, and this is a monomino, and then we're done, but it turned out there was sort of a nasty thing to fill in after that. But anyway, the upshot is that this doesn't work. And so blue is 6, and this pink is 2. Which makes it purple, not that purple, which makes it 2, which makes this a 4 and makes this a 2. So we can fill in our purple for the 2 and our carnival cake for the 4. That was a little unfortunate how that worked out. So this is a 2 and is carnival cake. No, sorry, this is a 2 and is regular purple. I don't see how I could have gotten confused by this. This is a 4 and is carnival cake, and that's a 4 and is carnival cake, and that's a 4 and is carnival cake. So we get all of our 4s, which makes that a 2 by double arrow math, which makes this a regular purple. This is a 4 as well. So that's a 4. This can't be a 4 because double arrow, or sorry, because Fillomino. So this is a 4. Now all of those are also carnival cake. Okay, so the question is, can this also be a 4? No, sorry, this is definitely not also a 4. Sorry, don't listen to me. Oh, if this is a 4, that's a problem with math, because if this is a 4, that's a 2, which is not going to work. So that's not what happens. So this is the 4. The thing, again, that step was this 4 taking this by double arrow math forces that to be a third 2 in my 2-omino. And we're not going to do that today. And so we have another shame-omino. So this is a shame-omino, and we're going to have our first 5 in the puzzle. So 5, I don't think 5 has a color. 5 does not yet have a color. So let's see. So 5, let's let be Sea Breeze. Now, if 5 took this cell, I would... That's not a 5? Oh. It's not a 5. Sorry, you're right. 5 is 4 plus 1. This needs to be a 3 in order to be equal to 4 plus 1. I somehow briefly treated it like a regular arrow, which is not so great. So that's a 3. And so I need these 3 cells to add to 5. There's no way I'm doing that. Actually, sorry, I was going to say something wrong. I was going to say there's no way I'm doing that without making this go 2, 1, 2, but actually it is possible. I could do 1, 1, 3. But anyway, those sum to at least 3, so this number is at most 2. These sum to at least 3, so this number is at most 2, which means that my 3 here definitely goes up. And then these 2 sum to at least 2, so this number is at most 3. So can this be a 1 is my question. Because if this is a 1, then it forces this 2 to go up here. That doesn't work, but it's a little bit of a chain. If this is a 1, then I end up with a 2 here just by force, which means these have to be a 1-2 pair. But the way that they're a 1-2 pair is bad because it puts a third 2 next to the thing. So this is never a 1. So this number is at least 2, and certainly at most 3. Now, the reason I was doing that chain is because I was going to say, so therefore it takes that cell, but it doesn't have to take that cell because it could take that cell. This can't be a 2 anymore at the very least. Because if this is a 2 now, it forces this to be a single 3. And yeah, people are correct. If this is a 3 now, it goes up, which makes both of these 1s, which isolates the 2. So this is actually always a 2. So we got there on that. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong kind of purple. So that makes this a 1, which makes this a 3, which makes this a 1. So more Shamamonos and a 3. Now that forces this 3 to finish up over here. And lets me fill in some more border stuff. Let's see. This is going to extend over here like that. There's definitely a border here. This is going to extend up like that. All over there. Like that. Let's see. Well, when I chose Carnival Cake for 4s, I wasn't expecting that the entire lower right part of the grid was going to be 2s and 4s. It is a little unfortunate, but it is what happens sometimes when you are choosing color palettes in the wild. Let's see. The one I find hardest is the 2 yellows. Selena is very good, I think, at determining these 2 yellows, but these 2 yellows I find nigh indistinguishable. But I guess this one's a little more of a goldenrod, and this one's a little more of a true yellow, I suppose, if you were to try and like really split hairs. Let's see. Okay, so people are now talking about doing some sort of count that if this takes this, we're going to run out of cells, which sounds horrible to me, but maybe we should do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay, there's 35 cells left. 3 of those cells are 9s. 6 of those cells are 12s. So 35 minus 9 is 16. No, sorry. 35 minus 9 is 26. One of those cells is a 3. So that is 25. So if the orange comes here, we only have 4 total cells left, which is just enough to make this a 1, a 1, and a 2, and a 2, and then make everything else a 21. Which unfortunately I think just proved that that must be the solution, because I think that's a solution. I think there's exactly enough, so I think now we're in the excruciating task of proving it doesn't work the other way. So if this is orange, this is a 3. Which is going to be... So if this is a 3, notice that 3 is going to come up here because it can't take that. And the 12 is going to run up there. The 9 is going to run across there. Which is then going to force the 12 across here, which is going to make another 3 up here. It's very forcing, actually, because of the fact that the 3 can't possibly take these pink cells. Oh, is Selena's point that there's just a mathematical problem? Like, what if this is a 5? Couldn't I do like a 3 and a 5 and make these both 4s? Is that immediately off the table, Selena? It doesn't seem immediately off the table to me, but I could be missing something. Let's see. That cuts off 9 and 12. So if pink is neither of these two circles, so pink is either both circles or neither circle, I guess is observation 1. If pink is neither circle, pink must be at least 4, and so it would certainly go up like that. And now the point is that what's happened here, orange has come here. This is a 3 in this universe. And so the 3 has gone up there, and the orange has gone up here, and now is cut off green. Yeah, this is. I think this requires the bifurcation palette in any sort of honest universe. So let's just imagine bifurcation palette wise that this is this is a 3 because orange has gone up. Now the point is 3 can't take this cell, so 3 is not pink, and so this is my 3. So this is the orange, and so green now goes up here and here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so that is green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is orange. At least. And so now my question is, where does my 3 go? And the problem is that I also have a border over here. And so my 3 here has to go here. But now this is by definition a 2, which then makes this a 1. I will say I usually don't mean the bifurcation palette as a form of shade, but in this case it's a form of shade. But anyway, the point is that doesn't work. So the thing we just proved is that the orange does go here. And that this is a giant, this is a 21. So what color do we want the 21 to be? We can make it this sort of deep ocean color for 21. So we've got all of these 12s. And now what we showed is that in the universe where this was a 21, just the number of cells obligate these to be a double 1 and these to be a 2, because there are only enough cells left to handle these 4 exactly. That was what our math showed. Now, I suppose if you were Neverio, you could get this by uniqueness, and you wouldn't have to do that sort of look ahead in order to get this, which would be a cool bonus. Because you'd realize that this was a possible solution, and therefore it had to be the solution. So now the point is, if these aren't orange, then I've got to make orange go here, and then that certainly blocks off the 21. So these are definitely orange. Now my 21 is definitely going to have to escape through this this alleyway. My 12 is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, it's done now because it's got to take those. So can do that. And so all of these are 12s. Go 1s and 2s there. Let's see, my 9 still needs how many cells? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I've got 3 cells of 9 left. So this has to be 9, because if it's not, I can't get 3 cells. And so therefore, now because of the fact that I don't have anything else left, actually, these have to be my 9s, because there's nothing else to go up here. So actually, I think that forces all of that to be 9, which makes this ocean. Myxo says I overdid the amount of looking ahead that I had to do. I will say I was able to visualize that in my head once someone pointed it out, but I never would have tried it if people had not suggested that perhaps it was possible. So the only things left in this part of the grid are a 21 and a 3. And so the 3 can't go there because of that. So I believe the 3 has to go here. And then I believe that this is going to work out as a 21, and we'll double check that it works in a moment. Let's see, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And so congratulations to all the 21 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Excellently chosen bet tree. So we've got our 1 here and our that. That was a very cool puzzle, Myxo. I'm delighted that you were able to make double arrows play with Fillomino in such interesting ways. If it takes 3 of these, then it takes the 4th. Was quite a cool little thing. I was not quite expecting the 21 Omino at the end, but very nice. Certainly a classic Fillomino puzzle with lots of arrows ending, to have a surprise giant Omino at the end when you're not expecting it. I'd be curious what the less look-aheady version of this argument was. Poor Rangsk. Rangsk is in shambles. There wasn't even an 8 in the entire grid. Is alas, the poor 8 betters. I do always like when these puzzles sort of resolve with one sort of big region there at the end. Alrighty, I am going to take a real quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment. So see you shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. So next up we have this Rangsk puzzle. I've got to shrink the zeta a little bit. Okay, so we have this Rangsk puzzle, which I was immediately intrigued by because it's got the usual sort of mix of a bunch of different constraints, which is always something I enjoy. So I usually call puzzles that look like this zeta bait. Oh, I'm quiet all of a sudden because I didn't pull the microphone back in my face after I came back. So let us go over the rules. So we have anti-knight. So remind me of that because I'm going to have forgotten. So what anti-knight means is I can't make both of these 2 because it'll make Sven unhappy because a knight in chess could move from this square to this square, provided that you were playing chess on a Sudoku board. These are Renban, so these need to be a string of consecutive digits in any order. So they could, for example, be a 5, a 7, and a 6. Although I'm going to place a bet now that that will not be what it looks like in the final solution. These are arrows, so they give you the sum of the digits along the arrow, so 7, 1, 2, 4, for example. And these are German whispers, so they give you digits that are at least 5 apart, and so this would be a perfectly fine way to fill this as well. But digits can repeat on German whispers. Also of note, I was going to say, a long time ago now, I did a ranking of all of the assorted Sudoku mechanics, and I rated German Whispers quite low, and I would like to apologize to German Whispers. I think German Whispers are deserving of being in a high tier, not the highest tier. At the time, I'd done a bunch of like pure German Whispers puzzles, and pure German Whispers puzzles are fine, but they're all exactly the same, which is why I sort of rated it low. But I think German Whispers actually really play very nicely with other constraints. So I think I underrated German Whispers because I was really thinking about that in a very narrow context. Do you have a recommended bet cell, Rangsk? Let's see. So the thing I will note is that these arrow circles are always at least 6 because these could be a minimum of 1, 2, 3, and I can't make any of these numbers larger than 6. So I'll sort of write in my general business right away here with those. Hey, Chef of Death. Now, these two don't immediately. Ushul betting 21. It would have worked better for the. It would have worked well for the previous puzzle, so it could work just as well in this puzzle, possibly. We'll have to wait and see where the thing is. Okay. Row 9 of box 9. Let's pick that one. So I think the point here that DWeb is making is that there's this sort of high-lowity pattern here, which is going to almost but not quite force these to be the same high-lowity. And almost but not quite force these to be the same high-lowity because of the Renbans. The only way that these cells are not the same high-lowity is if they're a 4-6 pair. Does it really work if these are a 4-6 pair? That doesn't sound good. 9, 6. So if these are a 4-6 pair, this would have to be a 4. Oh, maybe the point is much simpler than this. Maybe the point is, where does this digit go in box 5? Because this digit in box 5 doesn't repeat along the Renban, and it doesn't go on this whisper. So this digit always either goes there or there. And likewise, this digit that I'll make say red always goes here or oh no, that's not true. This one doesn't have the same property. So I guess the question is it really possible that this digit goes here? Oh, row 3, column 5 has the same property. That's true. Row 3, column 5 has the same property. I just didn't bend my head the correct direction, and I tried to mirror it. This cell also can't repeat in any of those and can't go in either of those. So if this cell is definitely in one of these two. So it's true for sure that either red goes here or yellow goes here because they can't both go there. Oh, unless red and yellow are equal. It could be that red and yellow are equal. That's true. Yes, red and yellow could be equal. That is a fact that I had not immediately considered because in my brain I was starting over here where it was definitely different. Okay, so maybe this doesn't do anything. Maybe that's the point, is that this doesn't actually do anything. So Garion was doing the thing I was doing, which is to just bifurcate on the idea that these aren't the same high-lowity. And I was thinking I was going to get away with not doing this, but I think we have to, which is to say the only way that these are not the same high-lowity is if these are 4, 6. And if these are 4, 6, then this cell has to be either a 1 or a 9. So this would be a 9 and a 4. And this would be a 6. I don't remember why this was a problem. This would be a 5. I'm going to end up with nowhere for 5 in the middle box. Right. So this would be a 5. And then the point is 5 in this box does not go anywhere. So that does break. I agree. I don't think this is what Rangsk wanted me to do, though. But this is a valid way to see that this does not work. I think you're right that there's nowhere for 5 in the middle box. I mean, there's just nowhere for 5 in the middle box already, right? Okay. So we have that. So the point really is that this digit is not a 5, and this digit is not a 5. Because if this digit was a 5, it would have nowhere to go in this box because you can't put 5 on a green line. And so the only spots in this box, I guess the easiest way to do this is to just corner mark 5 in this box. That tells me these two digits aren't 5. So we can remove 5 as a candidate from both of these because everywhere we see all the places for 5s. And so therefore these Renbans don't have 5s on them, and therefore these cells are all the same high-lowity, and these cells are all the same high-lowity, and it's the same high-lowity because of the whisper. And so these are the other high-lowity. I'll make that purple for now. And so now, what am I going to do? So now I'm going to notice that this cell sees a bunch of yellow digits. This sees 3 of the yellow digits, which is... So if this is yellow, this is definitely purple. I suppose. But The fact that these are the same high-lowity means this is definitely low. Because if these are both low, of course this is low. And if these are both high, that's still low. So this is always from 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I need to think about where this digit goes in this box? That doesn't seem super productive. This digit goes in one of these 3 spots. Let's see. It is true that 4 seems incredibly unlikely for this cell, because if this were a 4, then this could not be low or high. So I agree with Chameleon's observation that this is not going to be a 4. Is the point to prove that these two Renbans aren't the same? Because these two Renbans definitely have at least 2 cells in common. Let's see, this cell sees every cell of this. Oh no, this cell sees every cell of both Renbans. So if this cell is yellow, it's the last yellow digit. Is the same true of this cell? The same is true of this cell. Okay, got it. So these 2 cells both see every cell of both Renbans through a combination of Sudoku and anti-knight. So if the 2 Renbans were the same... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, I'm saying something nonsensical. These do both see every cell of both Renbans, but that doesn't mean the 2 Renbans aren't the same. These also see every cell on both Renbans. So if these 2 Renbans are different, none of these cells are yellow. Which seems... yeah, that's too many cells. Okay, so if the 2 Renbans are different, then none of the 4 cells and neither of these 2 cells can be yellow, because these are already marked as purple and these can't see it. That's 6 cells that can't be yellow, but there's 4 yellow cells, so that does not work. So in fact, these 2 are the same Renban, is the point. So these are the same Renban, and we need to break out ketchup. So this circle here, we know goes on this Renban in one of these 2 places. I don't think I quite know what to do with that yet. Something, but I'm not sure. Oh, right. That does make this the last yellow. Chameleon is correct, right? Because we just argued these see all 3 yellows. So the 3rd yellow from the Renban, where does the 3rd yellow from the Renban go that's not in the box yet? It has to go here, because it can't go in any of these, because these see the entirety of both Renbans. And it can't be those 2, because I'm talking about the 3rd. It's not there, so it's there. Okay, and so yellow is high. Which is not exactly a huge twist, but is true. So yellow is high, so we can make yellow orange, make purple blue, make this cell blue. Oh no, that is a big twist. Okay, so this is a big twist. Sorry, this is the twist version of this whole version, because that makes this cell low. So this cell can only be a 3 or a 4, and 4 doesn't work. Because if this was a 4, these would both be 9, and I'd have repeated 9 in the box. So this can only be a 3, with these being a 1, 2, and we get a 3 dance. So sorry, when I said this is not the surprise ending, this is the surprise ending. We did not think this arrow was going to turn out to be low, but it is. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So these are a 1-2 pair, like that. So now this cell is at least 4 because it sees 1, 2, and 3. Let's see. So people pointing out that 3 goes with an 8-9 pair on the Renban. So this is not 8 or 9. It is a 6 or a 7. Therefore, there's no 6s or 5s on here. These are just from 1, 2, 3, 4. So both 8 and 9 are on the Renbans. Beautiful. So therefore 6 isn't, because these are the same Renban, remember? And so they contain a 9, so they don't contain a 6. So we've got all of that. And so there's a bunch of cells. I guess that one, that see the entire Renban. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I should note, because they see the whole Renban. Oh, right. This is the cell that is on the Renban, right? Remember, this cell had to be on the Renban because these cells saw the entire Renban. So the last cell on the Renban has to go here. So that has to be a 7 in order to make that work. Okay, good. So we've got all of that. So this cell is not too many things because this cell is not 1, 2, or 4. So this cell is at least that big. I guess this cell doesn't see the whole... No, this cell does see this whole Renban, right? This cell's not 8 or 9 either because it sees this whole Renban. And I should find the other cells that are in the same capacity. Oh, Amy has become a fan. Welcome, Amy. Let me get you a fan dance. Woohoo! 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 Thank you so much, Amy. We greatly appreciate the support. So this cell, and this cell also see all of those. So those are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for sure. Because they see the entirety of the Renban. These two also see 3. That one also sees 3. It's on a whisper, so it's not a 5. So we get all of that going on for sure. So this is either a 1 or it's high. If it's high, it has to be 8 or 9, I believe. Oh, this cell also sees all of that, right? So if I pencil mark this cell, the point is this cell also sees 1, 2, and 4. It also sees 7, 8, and 9. I was not really appreciating, that, there we go. So this is a 5, 6. And so these are the other ones. These are 3 and, wow, Mark did not do well at that. So these are 3, 8, and 9. Well, this one's definitely not a 9. So this is 3 or 8 in order to make that work. That's very cute. Okay, very nice. So yeah, so if this is 8, this cell is 9, and that breaks this cell. Thank you for pointing that out. So this is definitely a 3, and that's definitely an 8 or a 9. So it's orange, and that's blue. Thank you, Sayori, for pointing that out. Row 3, column 5 now sees an 8-9 pair, points out Jay, because these are an 8-9 pair in the column. This sees both 1 through the Renban and 1 through Anti-Knight, so it's a 7. So that's not a 7. That's not a 7. This Renban needed a 7, so the 7 is there. And I think we can start spraying ketchup everywhere to sort of keep track of our 8s and 9s. Because otherwise we're not going to keep track of them very well. So ketchup circle in row 4 is placed there. Ketchup circle in column 5 is placed there. Let's see, what else can we do? This cell isn't 1, 2, or 4 anymore because there's a 1, 2, 4 triple in the box. I agree with that assessment. Let's see. Rangsk suggests I remove the coloring, which I will do since we no longer really have any. No longer really have any reason to keep track of high and low. We just really need to do circles and X's at this point. Circle in box 3 is in column 9. So circle over here. So circle in here is there. Okay, yeah. So circle in this box is in one of these 2 cells, which rules it out of those cells. It's also ruled out of these cells and that cell and that cell. So that's a circle. So circle is in one of these 2 cells, I suppose. In box 1... right. In box 1, circle can only go here, MicroStudy points out. In this box, now circle is just placed there without anything fancy. So we've got all of that. So that places this circle over here, and we've got all of our circles, I believe. Okay. So this digit doesn't have that much flexibility because it's not a 1 or a 2, and it's also not an 8 or a 9. So this can only be a 4, 5, or 6. It's not a 6 either, actually, because that would require this to be a second 3. So this is another 1, 2. So these 2 are actually a 1, 2 pair. I guess the easy way to do that was to just ask where this 1, 2 went in this box, huh? That would probably have been much less convoluted than the way we actually ended up doing that. But we got this. We got there anyway. This is the other 1, 2 for the box. So these are from 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. They definitely include the red X in one of these cells. So the red X is in one of these 2 cells, so it sees that cell. And it sees circle. So this circle is no longer an 8 or a 9. So there's no 5s or 6s living along this arrow. So we've got that. Where does X go in row 5? Asks Eckbert. It does not go along this arrow because that would require putting another 8, 9 in the circle, but we don't. This is not an 8, 9 if I put a red X there. Can't repeat in the box, so it's in one of these cells, and it can only of those cells go there. Good. So we've got that red X placed. Let's see. We know red X doesn't go in any of those cells for whatever that is worth. Maybe not much yet. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's amazing. So this cell, it's being pointed out by Paul Fly, sees every high digit. It sees 7. It sees an 8, 9 pair. And it sees 6 through the 5, 6 pair. Oh, no, it doesn't see X. It doesn't see X. Never mind. Sorry, this does not see X. I was convinced. I believed it. Let's see. In fact, X in this row only goes in one of these two spots for whatever that is worth. Okay, so here's a really dumb deduction. This cell isn't X. Because if I ask where X goes in this row, it only goes in one of these two spots, and both of them see this. So this sees both flavors of 8, 9. So this is not an 8 or a 9, and it's not a 1 or a 2 either. So this is from a, I guess, somewhat limited range of things. It's being claimed that there's an X in the row, but that was way less exciting than the other way. Let's see. Should probably start with the 1, 2s as well. So that's XE 1, 2. Can I ask where OE 1, 2 goes here? I guess I don't know much about where OE 1, 2 goes anywhere yet. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I don't know much. Maybe I don't know enough about 1, 2s yet to... I know this cell isn't a 1 or a 2 at the very least. So if I pencil mark this cell, I know it's not a 1 or a 2, and I know it's not an 8 or a 9. Let's see. One of these two is XE1, 2. Aha! Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Okay, beautiful. So Paul Fly has pointed out we can actually place X1, 2 in box 1. So by naive Sudoku, it's neither of those places. These digits just can't be 1 or 2, so it's one of these two. But if I put it there, it makes this arrow sum to a minimum of 8, but this arrow sums to only 6 or 7. So therefore, that's the XE1, 2. That was a very good spot. So let's see. Does that do anything meaningful with this box? It does. So that's the X1, 2 in this box, if I followed my pencil marks correctly. And that's the XE1, 2 in this box, which now means this isn't 1 or 2 because it sees both of them. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. One of these is going to be that 1, 2. One of these is for sure OE 1, 2, for whatever that is worth. Oh, right. Box 6, it's just placed here just by Sudoku. Right. If this was low, it would be a 3 or a 4. But neither of those work with this. Because the only low digit this is allowed to be is a 1. So it's not. So this is high. So it's a 6, 7, 8, or 9. And it's not a 7. I do know that this is 8 or 9 while I'm marking things. And I notice that I've not marked that. Right, it's not 6 by anti-knight because it sees the 5, 6 pair. So it is, in fact, the XE 8, 9 flavor. So one of these two is XE 8, 9 for whatever that is worth. Still no one of these two is XE89. Still does not tell me a whole lot about the nature of being and XE89. Let's see. see. I'm being told we can figure out where it is in box 9, roughly. So in row 8, it's in one of these two places. Right. Okay, so the thing people are using is that I know one of these two is X89. So these two can't be X89 by anti-knight trickery. So one of these two is X89. So one of these three is X89. And so it's one of those two really is X89. Oh, it's not this one, because that one sees that by anti-knight. So that is X89. So one of these two is X89. I do agree that anti-knight, or sorry, that the XOs discourage heavy corner marking, but I think discouraging heavy corner marking is probably more of a feature than a bug, is my guess. Let's see. Let's see. So I can fill in what these are at least, because these aren't 1, 2, or 4, and they're not 8 or 9. And so these are a 5, 6 pair. So these aren't 5 or 6. These are a 3, 7 pair, which is going to be interesting, I suspect. Oh, 7 in box 7 is placed. Do I know that neither of these is 1, 2? Oh, let's see. Amy says this isn't 1 or 2. Right, because the O is here, right? The O 1, 2 is in one of these two cells. And so this sees both the X and the O 1, 2. Good spot to Amy. Okay. So I'm not sure what you mean when you say they're not 7. I don't know what they is. Oh, right. Neither of these is 7 because of this 3, 7 pair. Got it. Okay, this is way less complicated than I was making it. This 3, 7 pair sees both of those cells, so that places a 7 over here, which then bounces back and does the weird anti-knight thing of placing the 7 there, which means that one of these two is definitely a 7. It means one of these two is definitely a 7. See. 7 in row 2 is now only in one place because that can't be a 7. Crazy. Okay, so that's a 7, which means that this is not a 3. So 1, 2, and 4, which fills in the rest of the column. It's not 1, 2, or 4. It's not 8 or 9. These are 3, 5, and 6. That one's only 5 or 6. This one's not 4 because the 4 in this box, the 4 on the arrow is definitely here. So this is only a 5 or a 6. Yeah, that was an impressive spot. Yes, and 3 is actually now placed in box 4 because that can't be a 3. So now that's a 3. And now this is a 5-6. And we may have to be XOing 5-6s. So where do the 5s and 6s go in this box? Well, they don't go there because of the 5-6 pair, so they go here. But they can't both be on the arrow, because if they were both on the arrow, it would sum to 11. So this is definitely a 5 or a 6. And it's not that 5 or... No, sorry, it could be that 5 or 6. One of these is a 5 or a 6. Which means it has to be joined by a 1, a 2, or a 4, I suppose, for whatever that means. But that's definitely a 5-6 anyway. Yeah, 3 in box 7 is here. Agree. 3 in this box is in one of these 2 cells. There's a 5-6 pair in this box, so this isn't 5 or 6, Nicholas is pointing out. So it's 3 or 4. This is always either 4-5 or 2-6. There's definitely a 3 up here by Sudoku. And there's definitely a 7 up here by Sudoku. So these two are a 3-7 pair. Chat is pointing out. Very wise. This cell is not 5 or 6 because it sees the 5-6 pair. So that's the 5 or 6. Very good spot because, yeah, that cell, Sarah is pointing out, sees those two. So that's not 5 or 6. That's the other 5 or 6 for this box, which makes this a 1, a 2, or a 4 to go with it. And 2 doesn't actually... Sorry, no. 1 doesn't actually work because 1 doesn't get high enough. So this is not a 1. This is a 2 or a 4. Oh, yeah. Where's the other 5-6 in this row? Or if you prefer, there's a 1-2-4 triple and a 5-6 pair and an 8, or sorry, and a 3-7 pair and an 8-9 pair. That makes this a 5 or a 6, Dorlier points out, which gives us a 5-6 pair in this column, which makes this arrow a 4 and that a 1, which makes circle 2 and X 1. So blue X's are 1. So no 1s there anymore. So we've got all of that. So this isn't a 1. This is not a 5 anymore. This is the other thing. What is left in this column? We've got our 8-9s. We've got our 5-6s. This is just a 2. So that's blue circle. Now, although I probably don't need the blue X's and circles anymore. So 2 in this box goes in one of those 2 spots. And this is always 2 or 6, I should point out. Oh, row 4, column 4 was still an X. in memoriam. That blue X really did do a good job of blending in, I must say. Oh yeah, box 5 only has 1 digit left in it because these are a 5-6 pair, and that digit's a 4, which gives me the 2 and the 4 over here, which gives me the 2 and the 6 over here, which makes that a 7 and a 3, which makes that a 7 and a 5 and a 6, and a 5 and a 6, and a 5 and a 6, makes that a 2 and an 8. So now Xy red is 8, and circly red is 9. Watch as I very dexterously eliminate all of these pencil marks, and wish that I had used the Control A trick, but alas, it's too late. That's a 6, that's a 9, it's a 5 and a 6, that's an 8, that's an 8 and a 5, it's a 6 and a 5. So 7 over down there. So we can mark the rest of the grid now for sure. So that's an 8 and a 2 and a 3 and a 6. And a 1 and a 4 and a 1 and a 4. I very rarely actually do that. You just mark the whole grid. I usually only mark selections. But this, being anti-knight, meant I think that this sort of felt like the natural thing to do. 6 and 8 and 1, 2, 3, 4. The bet tree is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Doing an anti-knight puzzle every now and then is good for the soul, I feel like. I really liked the break-in of realizing that these two Renban had to be the same. Yeah, talk about nepotism. Rangsk giving himself a 1/3 chance to win by giving me 3 cells to pick from for the bet cell, knowing that one of them was an 8. But I bet Rangsk didn't think I would pick the center one. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will come back with another puzzle. So I will see you all in just a moment. Be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. I have been continuing to do about one of my puzzles every stream, every other stream, depending on when I remember and when I feel like it. So this is one of my old puzzles. So this is a fairly old puzzle still. So I'm going to stop doing this when the puzzles are so recent that I can remember them, but this is still quite early in my setting career. We're quite far from the point where I started streaming yet. I don't remember what the first puzzle I said after I started streaming was, but I know I guess I know I set Archa after that one. But yes, Simon did do this one. And I will say in advance, I know that there is a where does a blank get its 2 deduction in this puzzle that I'm sure everyone will make fun of me for, because I always hate those deductions nowadays. So let's go over the rules. So this is an irregular. So I guess this is literally a chaos construction, although I don't know that it really feels like that. What we have to do is we have to break the grid entirely into length 9 snakes. And each snake has a head and a tail. And the circles indicate that a digit matches its place along the snake. So a 1 in a circle is the head of a snake. A 9 in a circle is the tail of the snake. A 2 is the second cell of the snake. And so on in this way. So the circles mark the location. I think I saw Bremster doing an Ambrose puzzle with a similar rule set the other day. And so here all circles have been given. So we have to keep that in mind. So we will have to make heavy use of a negative constraint. I don't know where a good bet tree is, so I'm just going to throw it in the middle where there's no clues. Okay, so the first thing here is to notice these 2 corners are both legitimately corners because they have a circle and are not 1 or 9 because of Sudoku. So what that means is these are both honest corners, and so I don't know exactly how I'm going to denote this, but that means that happens and that happens. Again, if it wasn't a corner, it would have a 1 or a 9, but I can't repeat that. So therefore, this digit's a 2, and this digit's an 8, but we can do the 2 dance. Woohoo! Waha! Wee! Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. As always. So we have that going on. So now this can't go down, because if this goes down, it would now put a 2 in this circle, which would clash with that 2. So this is not going down. It is going left. Now, for all I know, it does go here. I'm not quite sure. I am going to corner mark a 1 around here just to remind myself that I know this. Let's see. Oh, congratulations, Dorlier. I remember how good that feels. So, well earned, I am sure. Oh, yeah, the snakes aren't allowed to touch themselves. Is that true? Yeah. Yes, the snakes are not allowed to touch themselves. I was going to completely forget that. So this can't go down because then the snake would touch itself. Good point. So yeah, now something has to go here. And this is now not a 1 or a 9 either. So this sees a 1 here and a 9 here. So this is a corner. And so by virtue of being a corner, it is blue because it has to connect over to here, which is then going to extend that. And now that's going to be a 3. This can't go down because if it went down, we would have the same problem of the snake touching itself orthogonally. The snake touching itself orthogonally rule made a lot more sense before we had the line tool. Once we had the line tool, then the snake touching itself orthogonally doesn't create that sort of weirdo ambiguity that we might otherwise get. This has to extend up to avoid the touching itself problem. It's not diagonally either. I think it's actually impossible, but people would ask otherwise. Because if the snake wants to touch itself diagonally, there's no way I'm dividing the grid entirely into snakes. But a lot of times I try and guess what things people are going to ask me if I don't specify it. This is also a corner because it also sees 1 and 9. So this is some new snake that is going to go through like that. And so that's going to force the green up like this. Like that. Because I'm a doo-doo head Paulfly, that's not a 1, right? The head of the snake is not going to be a 1, because if it was a 1, it would be in a circle. So yeah, there is a snake that starts in one of these cells is what I was, I think, trying to communicate to myself, but it's not actually going to put a 1 there because it's not going to be in a circle. Let's see. I feel like that snake probably starts here. But pink snake now is at 987654. Pink is going to one of these two cells. And whichever one it goes to, it's a 3, but it can't go to that one because there's a 3 in the row. So pink actually comes over here, which makes that a 3 for pink. So we have that. Okay. So if it goes here, that's a 2, but that's probably okay. One of these 2 digits has to be a 9 just because the row has to have a 9. I don't know that I'm going to do a whole lot with that, but I'm going to just note it for my my sanity. Row 4, column 9 is now a corner, right? Because the snake is sort of this snake is starting here, so this is now a corner of some sort. It might be the same as orange, I don't know. So I'm going to start it there. Oh, it's going to have to be the same as green, isn't it? No, I guess not necessarily. They could both turn here. Oh, that doesn't work. Right. Okay. No, this could still be the 9. This can still be a tail. Never mind. Because this could still be the tail as the 9. Okay. But this snake, this is not the 8th, the 9th, the 1st, or the 2nd part of this snake. So this snake needs to extend 2 in each direction at least, because of the exact confluence of digits that happen to be in this column. And so this orange needs to extend 1 more, and it can't extend that way, so it does become green. Okay, so it was a Sudoku consideration that I was not appreciating that was causing that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are what these are. Going along. Oh, right, and now the green snake is finished, because the green snake now has to finish here, because it can't come down and touch itself orthogonally. And so then we're going to box in the green snake and give it its color, just to indicate that it is done. And this is a 9. And these are 3, 4, 5, 6. That one's not a 6. That one's not a 5. That one's not a 4. That one's not a 3. So now some snake has to start here, because this is now like a dead end, but it's got to be part of a snake, and it can't be part of the blue snake, or the blue snake would branch. So this is some as of yet unknown snake. It can be the red snake. The red snake certainly can't take this 1, because if it does, then the red snake is only 3 long. So the red snake doesn't do that. The red snake continues on in that direction, which is going to force the blue snake up here. Oops. Going to force the blue snake up here to go at least this far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And now purple is going to continue into this cell, making that not a 9, which is going to make that the 9. So purple is now going to finish here, because purple can't take the 2, because that's not the second spot of the snake. And so now purple is done. So we can give purple its stripes, so to speak. Purple. Okay, so blue now is forced to turn here, because what else is it going to do with its life? Which is going to force red down. Now, depending on which side this is, because remember, this is either the head or the tail of the snake. So it'd go 9, 8, 7, 6, but it can't be that, because there's a 6 there. So instead, this is 1, 2, 3, and this is a 4. Because this can't be a 6. It has to be a 9, because there needs to be a 9 in this row, and 9 can't repeat in pink, Rangsk. It is a... I'm sure someone would call that a law of leftovers deduction. So this 2 now is at a corner. And so now, because the 2 is at a corner, we actually get that this cell is, this is actually the end of the snake, but it's not in a circle because it's the other end. So this snake continues here, and there's another snake that's starting here, which can be maybe the pink snake number 2. So that places a purple 2 here just by Sudoku. Points out a couple of people, at least Sarah and 57 Thorns, and that's a 4 by circlage. This is either 9, 8, 7. This is either a 7, but it's not, so it's a 3. No, never mind. These are somethings. There are 2, a 5, and a 6. But these 2 can't be 2, so actually that is the 2. Glad I pencil marked that, I suppose. Right. And so because this can't be a 4, purple can't go that way, so purple has to keep going down. If green comes this way, I'm going to have the following problem. Green's going to go this way and then down. This is going to be the starter end of a snake, but it's not the starter end of a snake. So green can't do that because it would create a dead end that would not be a 1 or a 9, but does have a circle. So green goes down, which makes this the 5 and this the 6. Now green can't take this cell because that would be a negative constraint. So this is our first time. We'll count. This is our first time using the negative constraint. Green can't go there. So green has to go here, funnily enough, making that a 6. Which is going to pull pink purple-ish stuff down. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these are a small number of possibilities. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this would be the 6th spot. Okay, so now here is the nasty thing with a 2. That I alluded to. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cells in size. It does not have a 2 yet. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so it needs a 2. Where is the 2? The only place it can possibly have a 2 is there. So we've got that. And so the 2 finishes. I guess I should be bordering the snakes in black, because otherwise I'm going to have this really unsightly mess going on that I have here. Sorry, snakes. uh, row 3, column 8 can't be a 2 because of the negative constraint. If this were a 2, it would be in a circle. So we have all of that. So let's see. So we can have U. Oops, not that far. Okay, and we've got to give this its color. Wait, what was it called? It was blue. Got to get away, to get away. This could be orange. We can extend the red snake down like that. Like that. This is now a dead end, so it needs to be a snake. So let's see. What color snake does it want to be? Can this also be an orange snake? Could it be a yellow snake? This can be a yellow snake. Eight in blue can only go here or here because it can't go there because of the negative constraint. People are pointing out, which makes this a 1, actually. Yeah, yellow could turn out to be red. That's possible. I mostly was just trying to chase where green goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so green goes here, which forces pink to go here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, there's a funny thing going on with green, or sorry, with this purple, because the purple's going to need to get a 9, and it's in the wrong position to get this 9. Because that would only be the 8th cell. And so if purple does not turn right exactly here, it's never getting a 9. And so purple needs to turn right and book it to get its 9, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. Right. Wait, did I do that right? Okay, so yeah, if purple doesn't turn here... Oh, am I wrong? I'm just completely wrong. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, no, I am right. Sorry, I am right. This would be the 9th cell. If it doesn't turn here, it's either wrecking into the 9 at the wrong time or it's trying to put a 9 here, both of which are bad. So it does do that because it can't take the 9 and not its 9th cell. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's got one more cell. It's not that one. Somewhere. Okay, so we've got all of that. So that makes this cell interesting. Because this cell's now got to be the start of a snake. And so... yeah, this is the 9, right? Because the 9 can't go in the 9th spot of this snake by the negative constraint. So this is always the 9. This is not part of this 9 snake. So this is part of a new snake. We can have another yellow snake, maybe. So this snake that's doing this is sort of forced through this corner because this is the starter end of a snake, so it can't immediately connect that or it would be a very small snake. And this can't be a 2 because it would be, sorry, it can't be a 2 by Sudoku. So actually this is the tail and we're going backwards. So that's an 8 and a 7 in order to make that work. Hey, Alessandro. Of course, the yellow snake doesn't now take the 9. That would be silly. So this is the 6th spot. We'd put a 5 there if it did that. Oh, this 9 now needs to get out. Like that. Which is going to pull the yellow out like that. Oh, green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Green needs 2 more, and it's just going to finish like that. Good spot to Nicholas there. So green is done, which is going to mean that yellow and red are the same. Hopefully they're the right length for this to be red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, it is. Okay, good. Oops. Like that, and we can go ahead and give you your green color and you your red color. Oops. At least try. Got that. Got that. Okay, so Dorlier pointing out that these are a 3, 7, and an 8. That one, though, apparently can only be an 8, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 7, which makes that an 8. So we've got all of that nonsense. I know one of these is a 1, at least. Let's see. This pink snake is not done yet, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. The pink snake needs 1 more before it finishes. And that is the pink snake. So the gray snake is going to go out. The yellow snake is going to go out still. This can get its purple color. Like that. Okay. Whatever this digit is, it's the same as that digit. Should we mark them? So this is certainly not 2 or 7. Oh, good spot. This is a circle. All right, I'm being told yellow can't go right, because if it does, it's going to become part of this snake, which is going to be a problem, because then it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 long, which should probably be a problem. So good spot. So yellow turns up here, which means it's not the same as this one. So this one should get a different color. This one can have blue now. So almost assuredly, therefore, this is blue, because otherwise things are very bad. Gray is going to come up here. Yellow is going to come up here. Gray is going to come up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gray could be orange, and probably is, so I want to keep track of that. But yellow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, yellow is done. Yellow is done. So that is good to know. Okay. Okay, so yeah, blue can't take this cell. So blue is going to grow up. This is something that's not blue. So blue is going to have to grow up and take this corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And blue needs 2 more. So blue actually becomes orange. Gray becomes black. And we get to sort of fill in our snake extravaganza. Oh, I should fill in this over here. Chat will be really sad. So this is all blue. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. This can be, do we really want to make this gray? We'll really make it gray. Why not? Gray so rarely gets to be in the puzzles. We'll let gray be in the puzzle this time. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to make those work. So that is not a 6. We can get rid of these. That not being able to be 6 means that's not able to be 6. So now we get to do some Sudoku somewhere. Okay, so the 1 and the 2. Where does 1 go in yellow is a good question. So 1 in yellow goes there and becomes ketchup because of this 1 looking down. That places that 1. So one of these 2 is a 2 because we need to put a 2 in this hors d'oeuvre. 4 in blue is placed, people point out, because the 4 looks over, and so the 4 has to go here because it can't go here because of the negative constraint. That's use 2. 4, 8. So we've got that. It was pointed out I did use the negative constraint when I pencil marked these, but I have not really reaped my full rewards of that yet. What are these? Let's see. We've got a 2, 3, 4. These are a 5, 6, 7, 8, and a 9 for now. Oh, right. Good spot. The yellow, this is the head of the snake. Even though I built the snake sort of backwards, this is actually the head. So this can't be the 2, or it would be in a circle. So that's the 2. Thank you, MicroStudy. Row 2, column 1, Rangsk believes I can get through an I-wing, I believe that's called. 2, 3, 4, that is a 5. So let's see. So this is that. So by negative constraint, this is not a 2. I have the weirdest, I guess I have a 5, 9 pair. It's not a super weird 5, 9 pair. This is not a 4 by the negative constraint. This is not a 6 by the negative constraint. Okay, so what about... oh yeah, where does 6 go in row 3 is a good way to ask it, because red already has a 6. So 6 in row 3 is definitely going there. So row 3, I can fill in what these are, so I can fill in that triple down there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, sorry, 5's already in the 5, 9 pair. So this is just a naked 3. So none of these are 3. That's not a 2. That's not an 8. So 1, 2, 3. I don't get any bonus negative constraints there. So these digits are a 1, no 2, no 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I think these are 1, 5, and 9. That one's not the 5. This one isn't the 1. That one's not the 9, I believe. And the 1, 5, 9 does look over and say that's not a 5. Just to help with that. This column is looking a bit markable. 1, 4, and 5 to go in. Oh, yeah. That's true. One of these is a 9, so none of those are 9. And these 2 aren't 9. That one because of that 9, and that one because of the tail. So the only place for 9 in this blue is here, which resolves the 5 and the 9 up there. This column... Oh, and that seems to have... yeah, that has fixed this all. This column is missing a 4 and a 2, apparently, which we can place in, which makes that a 5, which makes that a 4, makes that a 7, a 4, and a 2. These are a triple of 1, 6, and 7. These are a quad I want to fill in of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 8, 4, 8. Okay, so this is not a 2. This is not able to be a 3 by the negative constraint, so it's a 4, which makes that a 3, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 5. So these are a 3, 5 down here at the bottom. That gives me the 7 and the 2 and the 8 and the 6. these are now just a regular old pair of a... Oh, they're not a pair, sorry, but this one's not a 3, so it is a 7. And that's a 1 and a 7. And this I'm being told is a 5 or a 6, but it's not a 5, so it's a 6, which makes that a 4 and a 6. Go ahead and fill in these. That appears to be just a 6. Fill in these. That appears to be just a 4. That's a 3-5 pair, which makes that a 2. That's a 3-5 pair in yellow, which makes that a 9. This is just a 3, which makes that a 5 and a 3 and a 5 and a 3. This cell is a 5, and our bet tree is, let's see, it's a 1. Congratulations to all the 1 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I'm happy with how that held together. That was nice. I'm confused as to how there were 40 solves on this when I said this, because this is assuredly was featured on CTC far before the solve tracker started. Yeah, hopefully there are no broken negative constraints in here. I'm certain that I checked this many, many times to make sure there were no broken ones. This is definitely a puzzle where there are a couple circles that I would rather have not been there because you could deduce them if they weren't there, but I liked the negative constraint as it was just a fun little thing. I probably would not do this puzzle with a negative constraint today because I think that the negative constraint comes up a number of times, but it doesn't feel central in the way that that I like it to when there's a negative constraint. But I like this sort of counting along the snake thing. It was a gigantic pain to get this to work. This is ultimately like if you've never set a chaos construction before, usually for chaos constructions, you need to sort of like set most of it and then use a solver to actually get it to work. So I definitely used a solver to get it to work at the end of the day. I really tried very hard when I had this idea to make this work without so many givens. But I couldn't figure out a way to do the break-in that didn't involve given 1/9s to let you say, like, oh, this is a corner, so you can sort of start the snake building and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so that is Hydra. I do think this is one of my more memorable puzzles overall, at least sort of for my purposes. Also, Simon broke this puzzle horribly when solving it, so if you go back... usually Simon does not make mistakes of sort of high level, but Simon, I think, got 10 minutes in before realizing that he'd pencil marked the wrong digits into some cells and spent a really long time figuring out how to salvage it, because he just said the right digit and wrote the wrong digit, as you have all seen me do many times, but then went quite far before being like, wait, this is broken, and eventually figuring it out. Congratulations, Nikolai. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Reminder for those of you who were not here at the beginning of the stream, because I realized that not everyone shows up to wait in the queue and then watches every second. I have a new puzzle out on LMD. I think it's 3 stars is what LMD settled on after some debate. And after today's stream is over, so in 90 minutes or so, we're going to do a premiere of a video of Rangsk and I solving a Peardoku together. So if you would like to stick around for that, it should be fun. Also, Stream 200 is coming up right quick, so if you would like, there is a thread now for you to submit puzzles. You get 1 puzzle per person, but you can submit puzzles for Stream 200. You can also use the Discord to solicit testing for puzzles for Stream 200. And then for Stream 200, and if I've done this before, I suspect streams after 200, then I will do some puzzles from that until I have done them all. All right, so today we have the puzzle Attraction by Joseph Nehme. So this is a this is an Arrow X puzzle. So I'm going to drop a bet tree over here. And so, yeah, box 1 certainly has a lot going on to it. So we've got these sort of bendy arrows. And so what is the total of these arrows at minimum? So those are 10 plus 3 is 16. So these 2 circles sum to a minimum of 16. And there's 1 degree of freedom. Because there could be 7, 9, or 8, 9. And the 1 degree of freedom means that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and definitely contain a 1, a 2, and a 3. And these are definitely from 1, 2, 3, and definitely contain a 1. So we've got all of that. Now that seems to put some pressure on this box, because these cells now can't be 1. And indeed, they can only have 1 of 2 and 3. And so these cells sum to a minimum of 2, 4, 5, 6, right? These 2 circles sum to a minimum of 2, 4, 5, 6, which is 17. Which means that these are either 8 or 9. One of them is definitely a 9. So we've got that. And this arrow now doesn't have a 1 on it either. So these 2 cells have to be pretty large. These are at least 2, 4. And so these are a minimum of 6. This is a minimum of 2. So this is an 8 or a 9 as well. Okay. Being pointed out in chat that because you can't put 9 on an arrow, there's actually a 9 in one of these 2 cells. So that's never the 9. And so this is a 9. So we will get a 9 dance in a second. Let us bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Ba-ba-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. So yeah, so I probably can't have a 5 here, can I? No, I could have a 5 and 1, 2. That's fine. So I can say that because these sum to at least 6, because they're a minimum of 2, 4, that this is certainly a 1, a 2, or a 3, and it can really only actually be a 2 or a 3. So this is actually a 1, 2, 3 triple. Over here. Okay, so the... Let's see. 57 Thorn says 5 doesn't work because I can't add. Yes. 5 doesn't work because I can't add. 5 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2 is 9. So this is no longer able to be 5. Agree. Oh, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad in the row. So that's very interesting. So these are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's certainly not a 7, 8, or 9. That one's certainly not a 9. This is a 5 or a 6, which means that both of these are from 1, 2, 3 as well. Just to make that work. Okay. So, and the other 1, 2, 3 is up here as well. Okay. Yeah, I do need a 9 along this somewhere, but I don't quite know what to do with that yet. I do know one of these is 9. I'm not quite sure what people are adding yet. People in chat are saying lots of numbers. I'm sure they're right, but I haven't yet figured out what's going on with them. Let's see. Got that. Oh, okay, that's the point. So the point is there's definitely a 4 in here because this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad. I think Sayori let me do this without doing any math, which I appreciate. There's definitely a 4 in this quad, and the 4 is over here. So now this needs to sum to 7 or 8, but the only way it's ever doing that is to make this 1, 4 and 1, 2, which makes it sum to 8. So the point was the 4 in the quad all along. So that makes that a 9. Makes that a 9. Makes this not a 1, which makes that a 1, which makes this not a 1. This needs to be a 1 because there needed to be a 1 in one of these. The only way to have an arrow that has no 1 is to have it be 2, 3, 4. Like that. These are not a 1 or a 4. Okay, so if these are 2, 3, it doesn't work. Because if these are 2, 3, I need... oh, no, if these are 2, 3, that's a 3. That does work. Never mind. 2, 5, though, is too big. If I make this 2, 5, then I need to make this 1, 1. So these are 2, 3. And if those are 2, 3, then this is a 3 in order to make the arrow actually have the correct sum, which makes that a 2. And now these need to add to 7, and so they need to be 3, 4. That is not a 9. Okay, and so these digits are 5, 6, 7. To finish that out. So these are either 3, 4 or 5, 6. Sorry, these are either 3, 6 or 4, 5 are the only ways that we can possibly do this. But notice that this is not 3 or 4, so this is not 5 or 6, just for purposes of counting. This is at bare minimum 8, so this is always an 8 or a 9. Let's see, 9 in this box. Let's see. So now if this is 8, Is that a problem? Oh, there's a 2-3 pair here. Why don't I do that first? That'll probably make this easier. So these are a minimum of 4, 5 is the point, because they see 1, 2, 3. Once I realize that, then this has to be 4, 5, and that has to be 9, which makes this 3, 6, adding to 9, which makes these whatever they happen to be, not 4, 5. So that is a 7 and an 8, which makes that a 1, makes that a 4 and a 1, makes that a 5. So those are 6 and 7. Let's mark up the rest of this stuff, whatever's going on. So there are not a 2 or 3 down here. There's not a 4 or 5 down here. So this certainly isn't a 6. This certainly isn't an 8. But this can only be 1 or 2, but it can't be 1 because of these. So this has to be 2 with a 6 and an 8. I'm glad we managed to get through this without doing math, I have to say. That is a 7 and a 6. I know there are some people who are very into the math aspect of these things. That is a 9. But I really don't like doing a lot of arithmetic. So we have successfully we've replaced... we have replaced arithmetic in this instance with Sudoku. 5 and 7 in this row are a pair here. Is a weird thing to say, but is true. So this is an 8 or a 9. That 5, 7, by the way, was just asking where 5 and 7 go in this row and realizing they were ruled out of all but these 2 cells by the diagonal. Let's see. 8 in this box is going in one of these 2 cells. No, that's not true. Sorry. 8 could also go there. 1 has to go on this diagonal somewhere, and MicroStudy points out it's there. I was about to use anti-knight for some reason. I blame Rangsk. So 1 in this box is down in one of these 2 cells. These digits aren't 2, 3, so let me fill them in. These are not 2 or 3 because there's a 2, 3 pair in the row. So they're 4, 5, or 7. And now my immediate reaction was, uh-oh, it's broken, because the 5, 7 rule 5, 7 out of this and make them both 4. But this is not an anti-knight puzzle, despite the fact that I did an anti-knight puzzle an hour ago. Let's see. There is a 3 down here. Let's see. Probably should try harder to do Sudoku. Possibly. So 2 is in one of these 2 cells. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. Could fill in this diagonal, but that seems excessive. Maybe it's not. I'll try it. Why not? Okay, that's the point. 9 on this diagonal is the point. 9 on this diagonal only has 2 spots, and they both see this circle. So this circle can't be a 9, or it would rule 9 off of this diagonal. So therefore, this is an 8, which makes that the 9 along the diagonal. Means that's not a 9. Now the 8 along this diagonal is one of these. Over here. So this is 3, 5, or 2, 6. Oh, no. There's a 1 here. There's a 1. So I was trying to make these 2 add to 8, and being disappointed it wasn't forced. But there's a 1. So that's a 2 and a 5. Which is certainly going to be a lot easier than any other option of what we're going to do here with our lives. So we get those. So that is not a 2. It is a 3 or a 4. I am sorry to Rift Clown that we eliminated 2 from this cell by putting a 2 in the column rather than by using Rift Clown's point. I'll get it next time. These aren't a 4 or a 7. So one of these is definitely a 3, although that's not at all interesting. We're like very close to all kinds of ooples along this diagonal. But 8 is now placed on this diagonal, right? If I'm counting correctly. There's no place for 8, because that can't be an 8 other than that. Which makes that a 6. That 4-7 pair makes this a 5. There is an 8 in one of these 2 cells, and it's not that one anymore for reasons, which makes that an 8, and that a 3, and that a 6, and that a 4, and a 3, and a 2. Uh-oh, did I cheat? I think that's still an 8. Yeah, I think I cheated, because I think I hit the wrong button there. This is still an 8, though. Which makes those a 3-4 pair, which makes that a 2. Okay, I think we now are back to sanity. Thank you for pointing that out. Had to do it because I just talked about Simon doing it in the solve of Hydra. So we've got our 3-4 pair here. Boy, it worked a lot nicer when I could fill that in. What is this cell? It's not a 4 because there's a 3-4 pair in the box. So it is a 5 or a 6. Oh, 2 on this diagonal is just placed. 2 on this diagonal only goes here now. So 2 in this box only goes here now. 2 in this box only goes here now, and that's probably all the 2s. That's all the 2s. Let's see. These are something, something, and something, and something. So this one's only a 6. So that's a 5. So that's a 4 and a 5. So these aren't 4. So these are a 7-8 pair is what's actually happening. So these are something and something. Not 7. So we have our Z-wing here on 4s. So the Z-wing is just saying that one of these 2 cells is a 4 and one of these 2 cells is a 4. And there's only 2 4s in column 7 and 9 combined. So therefore that can't be a 4. Or that would put an extra 1. 5 and 7, 3 and 4. 6 and 3, 4 and 6, 4 and 3, 7 and 5 and 4 all go in. Gorgeous. Okay. This has been a super snappy puzzle. I have loved this. 3, 6, 7, 5 all go in. Let us try to fill in these. So that is an 8, a 3, a 9, a 4. 7 1 6 9 1 9 1 7 8 7 8 4, and the bet tree is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Alrighty, yeah, that was super smooth. I loved that. That was amazing. Let's see. All right, let's do this JC Godart puzzle next. Here we have normal Sudoku rules apply. Digits along lines must form a set of non-repeating consecutive digits in any order. Neighboring digits along lines must differ by at least half the line's length rounded down. That is, no restriction for lines of length 2 or 3, difference of at least 2 for lines of length 4 or 5. It's funny, my brain was like, wait, there is a restriction. They have to differ by at least 1, but of course that is not how the world works. Or are we going to get to use the Fist of a Fell Ring? We might get to use the Fist of a Fell Ring. It's possible. Difference of at least 3 for lines of 6, 7, and so on. Okay. And then these are quads. So there's a 4 and a 6 in here, and a 4 and a 6 in here. And then we have our good old-fashioned disambiguating black dot that says these two have a ratio of 2 to 1, because otherwise this puzzle would have 2 solutions without this. Okay, so these need to have a difference of at least 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so these need to have a difference of at least 4 along the line. So this is a Dutch whisper, which may or may not cause lingering trauma for Rangsk and I. And this is also a Dutch whisper. The difference is at least 4. So there's a 5 somewhere on here with a 1 and a 9. So almost every digit why can't we do 159? That must be the point, but I don't understand why I can't do 159. Oh, right, because it's a Renban. Right. It's a Renban of length 8. Yes. Right. This is a length 8 Renban. It cannot have both a 1 and a 9 on it. And so MicroStudy's point is if I put a 5 here, then these become a 1-9 pair, and then this Renban breaks. So the 5 is actually at one of the ends, and the 5 of this is actually at one of the ends. So we've got 5s in those cells, which does mean that one of these is a 1 or a 9 in each instance. I'm happy to use the Fistamathel ring if anyone is willing to point out what it might be useful for here. The fact that there are these holes in it suggests to me it's probably not going to be useful. There's definitely a 5 on this, because this is a long enough Renban to need a 5. So I guess I know these digits aren't 1 or 9, so I can pencil mark that. And I know they're not 5 either, so I can do my little pencil marking. So we have that. What am I doing with these 4, 6 quads? Because there are in total 2 4s and 2 6s living around here. And there's at least 1 4 or 6 on this. There probably is both, but doesn't necessarily have to be. Oh, I went too far on this line. You're correct. This could be 1 9, right? I was supposed to. Oh, and this could be 1 9 as well. I just highlighted badly. Yeah, so one of these is 1 or 9, and one of these is 1 or 9. So do I know? Actually, I guess it's one of these is 1 or 9. I'll make them yellow. Make these green. So yeah, it is interesting. If this is a 5, it forces these two to be 4 6. Is a good spot. Yeah, Jaleb, I just got overexcited when I was highlighting things. This could be a 1 9. So if this is a 5, so yeah, so if both of the, so if this is a 5, it also makes this a 5, which would rule 5 out of those cells and would make both of these a 4 6 pair. Which seems totally okay to me. It's possible that the whisper restriction somehow does not work for having a 4 and a 6 on either end, but it seems okay to me. see, Martin says that these are always 4, 6. Why can't the 4 and the 6 both live? Right. No, I don't quite get it. Why are these not? Why is there not a 4, 6 in each of these? Oh, the point is I can't put these can't be a 4, 5, 6 triple. Right. Okay, that's the point. Okay, I see it. Oh, but there's been a request for a bet tree, by the way, which I was a little lax on. Yes, so correct. So I cannot put the 4 and the 6 in here because that would make these a 4, 5, 6 triple, but these need to differ by at least 4, and no two numbers out of 4, 5, and 6 differ by at least 4. And the exact same argument is true down here. So these are always a 4, 6 pair. Means there's always a 5 here in this middle row. Okay, good. The 5 probably doesn't go next to the 4 or 6, actually, because 5 is only 1 away from 4 and 6. So actually the 5 goes here, and we get to have our 5 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Wah! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay. Now, the difference on here is always at least what? The difference is at least 2, because it's half rounded down. So that means these have to be, because the maximum this can be is 7, and the smallest it can be is 3, and so these have to be a 3-7 pair exactly, is the only way that this is going to work. And so, well, Paul Fly, we have a fairly large data set on first digit commonality. If you would like to study it, it is in the zetamath catalog. So these are from 1, 2, 8, 9. Right. Okay. Yeah. So, so the point is, from Sayori, this cell's always actually 4, 5, 6. Because if it's not 4, 5, 6, I need to put a 4, 6 and a 5 up here, which does not work. So these are always from 4, 5, 6. And so one of these is a 5, and the other is a 4, 6. Prahar asking about, will there be more math videos? There'll definitely be more math videos. The thing that takes the long time for the math videos is actually the animation, which I do not do. So it happens when it happens. But that is what takes a while, is the getting everything animated. Okay, so yeah, one of those is a 4, 5, 6. I think that's true, actually. Okay, so this cell needs to differ from 4, 5, 6 by at least 4. And so this can be a 1, 9 or a 2, 8. And I think that's all. Oh, this was not the one that was 4, 5, 6. This is the one that's 4, 5, 6. Sorry, I tried to say by analogy, but my analogy was bad. I don't think this is either 5 or it's not 5. If it's not 5, that's 5, and this could be the 4, 6. see, Aberfan asking if we missed something in this middle one. Could this be 4, 2, 5, 3, 6? 5, 3 don't differ by at least... Oh, wait, no, that's okay. I actually think that's okay. I think Yaberfan is right. I don't think these pencil marks are correct. Uh, yeah, I think it's okay if these go a little higher or a little lower than we were thinking. Okay. I'm not sure what Nicholas is talking about. I'm sure it is something, but I do not know what it is. Let's see. Yeah, we could high-low color the length 8 lines. That's probably a good idea. Because I know that the 5s are at the ends. So these are one high-lowity. These are the other high-lowity for sure. Because I know the 5 is on the end, and then the rest of it's alternating. Unfortunately, I don't think I know how these two relate immediately. Dorlier, that's how we got the pencil marks that we have. I don't even know what opposite means, Paul Fly. Okay, so if this is the 5 and that's the 5, then what happens? Then, because I don't even know if these have the same digits, do I? I don't think I do. I do know these two 4 6s are different. I agree with that. But can't the 4 6 be in either of these spots? So there's a world where both of these are 5. I think the world where both of these are 5 is the one that we have the least control over. I think the one where these are both 5, I think, is a lot more restricted. Selena has a tip for people trying to figure out what to do. Oh, okay. So the thing to prove is that this is never a 4 or a 6. That's interesting. Okay, so Paul Fly's claim is that this middle digit, and indeed any middle digit, is never a 4 or a 6. Because a 4 or a 6 on this line would require, next to it, something that's at least 4 away. So that would be a 1, 2, 8, or 9. But the 1, 9 is next to the 5. Oh, so it doesn't apply to this. It doesn't apply to that cell. But this can't be a 4, 6, and this can't be a 4, 6. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. And then these two could be 4, 6, but these two can't be because they can't be next to the 1, 9 that is there. So that observation, together with the same observation over here, that these cells are 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, enables us to make these cells both 4, 5, 6. So we actually get a sort of 4, 5, 6 triple in each of these little corners hanging out here. Okay, now... okay, and so now the point is that once we identify that this needs to have that this needs to be 4, 5, or 6, then this needs to be 1, 2, 8, 9. It's not 3 or 7, and so this one's not 3 or 7 either because it's next to a 4, 5, or 6 for sure. And likewise, these aren't 3 or 7 because they're next to a 4, 5, or 6 for sure. Yeah, this is also not 4 or 6 because, again, it can't be next to the 1, 2, 8, 9s it would need to be. So this is from 2, 3, 7, 8. Let's see. Okay, so Selena has a proof that these need to all be difference exactly. That these need to be difference exactly 4. Because if I take all the differences along here, so let's just arbitrarily color this. I'm going to try and prove Selena's point, and I'll either believe it or I won't believe it at the end of this. But I'm going to make these royal purple and these dark blue. And so Selena's point is that royal purple minus dark blue, or royal purple and dark blue, always have a difference of exactly 4. I thought I understood how to prove this, but I don't understand it anymore. So why is the total difference 16? That's the thing I was trying to understand. Why does the total difference have to be 16? Oh, because it's 5 to a 4, 6. That's the point. No, that still doesn't quite tell me why it's 16. Yeah, I don't understand the total difference argument. Okay, so let's just imagine, for sake of clarity, the purples are the highs and these are the lows. Then we can just say, okay, so the high, so the total. Okay, I like this. So these are all highs. Let's just say that we have the total highs. Well, what's the sum of the highs? Well, let's just do it with this being 9 as the high digit. It will work the same. It would be 30 minus the sum of the lows, which would be 2, 3, 4, 5 in that instance. 2, 3, 4, 5 would be 14 in sum, and so we'd end up with a difference of 16. Selena has a nice algebra-y way to see it. So the total difference, if I sum purple minus blue, purple minus blue, purple minus blue, purple minus blue, Selena's point is you can prove pretty easily that the sum of each purple minus blue, or the sum of all the purples minus the sum of all the blues, is 16, regardless of how you do it. And on the other hand, the differences are each a minimum of 4 by definition, and so they're exactly 4. So this is a somewhat elegant way to prove the usual thing that if you draw a length 8 whisper across row 1, that there's only one way to fill it, essentially. Similar deal here. So we need to always make the difference exactly 4 for every even step. Of course, they can't have a difference of exactly 4 for the odd steps, or that wouldn't work. Uh, so, okay, so can we do anything with this? Might be a different question. Uh, 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 Dorlier has the sort of proof by just doing it that I would usually do when I'm proving that a German Whispers needs to have a 4-6 at the end, and then sort of say, like, okay, so then there's the 1-9s, and then the whatever sort of thing, is how I would usually do it. But Selena's way is more universal, which is pretty cool. So I'm noticing that for this Renban, either 5 is kind of high or 5 is kind of low, because because of the way that this works. Because if it's 1 through 8, then 5 is high. If it's 2 through 9, then 5 is low. So I might try just coloring this Renban with letting 5 itself be high or low. And so if I do that, what it makes clear is that the 4-6 on this Renban, or one of the 4-6s on this Renban, is the opposite color of the 5. But I don't completely see what to do with any of this. So I noticed that there's a few more spots for the 4-6s in yellow than there are in purple. The fact that I can't sort of change the coloring of the 4-6s or I can't sort of carry the coloring from the 4-6s in box 5 forward to either of these lines is what's really bugging me. Uh, uh, so I think I want to lose this coloring for now, but I want to bring it back later when I know more. Uh, uh, let's see. So if this is the 4-6, then that's the 5, and this is the 4-6. So yeah, either those there's 2 worlds. Either those are the 4-6s, or if this is the 4-6, now that's the 5, and this is the 4-6. So we either get that those are the 4-6, in which case they have opposite coloring, or those are the 4-6s, in which case we don't have any idea. No, we do know they're opposite. We do know they're opposite because of the quads. That's the point. It's because of the quads. Good Lord. Okay. So the 4-6s are opposite because of the quads. I kept thinking, like, by Sudoku, we didn't know, which is true. But we know there's both a 4 and a 6. So that 4-6 is the opposite color of the 4-6 that's in either of these 2 cells. That's the point. So these do have different 1-9s on them. Now, what I'm going to do with this, I have no idea. But they do have different 1-9s. They're not the same. Because of the quads is the point. So we have that going on at the very least. Okay. Okay. And so they have different high-lowity. Right. So let's make this yellow and this purple. And so the point is one of these two things is purple. And so the question is, are they both purple? Or are they opposite? So if this is purple, that's a 5. And then the yellow over here. Oh, Lord. I'm trying to decide what color the 5... And I guess the 5 isn't really a color that's sort of coherent across the lines. So I guess that doesn't really make sense to ask in a weird way. But one of these is yellow. So it's either all of those are yellow, or sorry, one of these is purple. So it's either all of these are purple or all of these are purple. But I can't quite figure out how this is going to work yet. I'm only being slightly fussy because because the 5s are different colors on these two lines because of the weird fun Dutch Whisperers trickery. Let's see. We can just do Dorlier's proof, where we just do a proof by exhaustion of how this has to work. I'd prefer not to, but I might be willing to. So Selena has a similar proof that the odd steps all have a difference of 5, so that's a difference of 5, that's a difference of 5, that's a difference of 5. That is believable, because otherwise we're going to sort of run out of digits. Does that do anything? So if let's just write it out. Let's just write it out. 1 second. Okay, we're going to just write these out. So the one that starts with 4, it can't then go to 9, so it definitely goes to 8. And now we have to go down by at least 4. But if we go down by more than... Sorry, we have to go down by at least 5 because we can't go down by 4. The point is, at the other end of this, we've got a 5 and a 1 or a 9. And the 1 or the 9 is now connecting to... I mean, that's a good question. If I start at 4, is it a 1 or a 9 over here? I don't even see a good way to answer this question. Oh, I do, actually. It's the high-lowity thing, because this is low, so this had better be low. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. So this is alternating low, high, low, high, low, high. So this is at the low step. All I'm doing here is filling in what an arbitrary line here looks like. Sorry. Because I think we are going to use this, so we're going to go through that, and we're going to do it the other way as well. Okay, and so because there's a 1, there's no 9. And so this can only be 6 or 7. Uh, and the point is this must be 7 because there has to be a 7 along here somewhere. Sorry, this must be 6 because there has to be a 6 along here somewhere. And 6 only differs by at least 4 from 1 and 2. So if I put the 6 anywhere else, it's internal and not next to a 1, which is a problem. So we go 6 there. And so this is a high digit, so it must be a 7. We need to put the 6 next to a 2 because it's the only thing. And then we need to put this to be a 3, and it's the only thing that works. So that's the same way that I would usually prove that there's only one way to do a German Whisper of length 8 effectively. So we can also do 6 there, which is always going to correspond to a 5 there and a 9 there because of the high-low business. The 6 is then going to have to be at least 4 away, so this is going to have to be a 2 because I can't go to 1. And now the problem digit is 4 is only 4 away from 8 and 9, so I have to put the 4 here. Because if I don't use the 9, the 4 is internal, not next to a 9, and then of course the 4 only goes next to an 8. And then now this is a low digit, and 2 and 4 are gone, so this is a 3. And this is a 7. And so we have sort of done this, and Selena's point, I think, is a very nice way of sort of arguing that this is what you always have to do if you're trying to do this kind of game of you have to sort of change by 4, then change by 5, then change by 4, then change by 5, then change by 4, then change by 5 in this sort of weave way to do this. So these are our only possible ways of filling our length 8 line. So we have our things that we can refer to, and so those are from 4, 5, 6. Those are from 1, 2, 8, 9. These are from 3, 7, 4, 6. These are from 3 or 7, and these are from 2 or 8. So either the 4th or the 5th thing is always a 2, 8, which is not super useful for purposes of figuring anything out. Let's see. So I was trying to keep track of where the 6 was. So the 6 and the 3. Is that the point? No, this 3 is too far along. So if this is... Sorry, I'm interested in 3s and 6s because this was Dorlier's point. These are the 3s and the 6s along this thing. And Dorlier's point is one of them is always here. That was the claim. So if that's true, let's just check if that's true. So if this is a 5 going this way, it's certainly true. If this is a 5 going this way, I don't think it is, though, because I think that would be the first 3 or 6, if I am counting correctly. Unfortunately, so I don't think it's true that there's always a 3 or a 6 in this string of cells, unfortunately. Regrettably. Although I don't even know what I do with knowing that this is 1, 2, 4, 8. Good if I did. there is this whole like interesting Fistamafel-ish bit that if both of these are 5, it's going to force these Renbans to be either all high or all low, which might be interesting. I don't see what to do with it, but it's kind of interesting. Versus this version. Let's see. What about 4/8? Do I know anything about 4/8? I don't think the 4/8 are interesting. 2 4s. Oh, Danita has donated 5 memberships. Oh, thank you, Danita. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! Waha! Wee! Whoa! Thank you so much, Danita. Thank you so much. And Danita's memberships have gone to Paulfly, Liz, Jalib, AM 1028, and Anti Knight. Thank you so much. Enjoy your memberships and your Zach emotes. Thank you, Danita. Thank you so much. Okay, Dorlear wants us to do something that's even messier, which is to contemplate what happens with both things being 5, or with both ways of what this looks like if this is 5. So I think we'll fill this in each way. So if those are 5, then these are, of course, a 1/9 pair. These are a 4/6 pair. These are a 2/8 pair. These are a 3/7 pair. These are also a 3/7 pair. These are a 2/8 pair as well. And these are a 4/6 pair. So that's one universe. And in the other option, these are the 5s, and we read backwards. So we do 5s. These are the 1/9s. Sorry. Oh, I didn't put a 4/6. I screwed something up. Didn't I? Wait. Why do I not have a... Okay. In the other universe... No, this is fine. In the other universe, these are the 5s, and the 5 is followed by 2/8. No, the 5 is followed by 1/9. Right, so the 5 would then lead to 1/9 there. Let's see. M. Nasty says this universe is already broken. Maybe I should try and understand why this universe is already broken. So I don't see what's wrong with this universe as it currently sits. But if it is broken, I would kind of like to know, I suppose. The 4/6 colors. Okay, so in this universe, these are purple. No, sorry. In this universe, that's purple, and this is yellow, and therefore these are purple. These are yellow. And so these are purple. These are yellow. Oops, I miscounted somehow on that one. Because this is... I just screwed this one up. Those are purple. These are yellow. Hey, Brett. I hope you're doing well. Absolutely, Danita. Thank you so much. So what's wrong about the 4/6 colors? Oh, what color is this 4-6? Ah, that's the problem. Okay. Right. That's the problem, is that this 4-6 now sees both 4-6s, and it's supposed to be yellow, but it's a second yellow. Okay. Good Lord. Okay, so so this does not work. So we cannot put 5s in those two spots. So we must put 5s in these two spots, which means we put 1 9s here, and the 1 9s go to 4 6s, and the 4 6s go to 2 8s, and the 2 8s go to 3 7s and then 3 7s. Oops, except I highlighted the wrong cell. And then the 3 7s go to 2 8s, and then to 4 6s. Okay. So now we have to color. And I'm not going to color the 5s, but I will color this. So so we now have these. And we now have, this is purple, like that. Okay. And so these are yellow. These are purple. These are definitely 3 7. I agree with Nicholas about that. So there's no 4 on this. So this has either got to be 1 2 or 3 6, and maybe both break. Because if this is 1 2, then purple is high. So this would be a 4. Oh, and no 6. Right. No 4 and no 6. Right. No 4 and no 6. So this is 1 2. Right. Okay. So this is 1 2. And so therefore purple is high. And yellow is low. And we can fill in a bunch of digits. So 9 8 7 6 8 7 6 2 3 4 4 3 2 1 4 6. And 4 is not sufficiently far away from 3, so that needs to be a 7. That needs to be a 3. These are both blue, of course. I don't know that the high-low is really going to help me anymore. There's going to be a 3 up here. Okay, so these... Okay, so now I can do some Sudoku. So that's got to be a 2, because I've got to put a 2 in the box. That's got to be a 1. Probably, actually, I'm just going to get rid of the coloring. I'm not going to assume it's going to be useful. So yeah, so these are an 8 9. So these are a 3 7. What are all of these digits? Well, that's not a 7. Those aren't 3, so those are a 5 9 pair. Those are a 4 8 pair. These are a 3 6 pair. Those are a 5 7 pair. These are either all high or all low. And these are either all high or all low. But I don't see what's a problem with that. Oh, let's see. Actually, here's something interesting. 8 in this box is down here in this corner. And I'm going to guess 2 in this box is up in this corner. Now, is there any other digit that would be helpful to observe its location in here? I don't think so. I don't think the Vistamifel ring is going to at any point be useful in this puzzle. 3 4. Ah, yes. There we go. 3 and 4. So 3 and 4 are down here, which now tells me the 3 and 4 can't go with 8. So therefore the 8 goes there. Very good spotting on the 3 4s. I don't know why I was stuck on the high digits. And so likewise, there's 6 7s up here, so that's always a 2. You've got our 6 7s up there. Right, there's a 3 4 and no 5, so this is definitely 2 3 4. There's a 6 7 and no 5, so it's definitely 6 7 8. Okay, so that places the 8 by Z-wing logic. Where does the 8 go in this row? Only here. So presumably, where does the 2 go in this row? Only here. So we fill in those. So we've got that at the very least. Okay, so 1 in this box is somewhere, sure. Yeah, where's 8 in this column is now a good question. 8 in this column is here. Where is 2 in this column? 2 in this column is here. So now this number is stuck. So there's definitely a 1 in this row, but these are stuck between 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the only things that are allowed to be here. Okay, and so if this is between 3, 4, 5, and 6, there's definitely a 4 and a 5 one here, which means there's no 4 there. So there is a 4 over here. 1 in row 1 is now placed. These are 4 9s. But the 4 is down there, so this is a 9. 5 9. That's a 4. 4 over here. These are a 3 4 pair, so that's a 9. One of these is a 1 for sure. One of these is a 9 for sure. 9 in box 7, certainly not on the Renban, so it's there, which makes that the 9. Thank you, Garion. And 1 in box 7 now has got to go there in order to this be a Renban-y Renban. So this is the 1 in this box, so that's the 1 up there. This digit is known. It's a 6. And this is a 2 and a 1, which makes that a 3, and a 6 and a 3. No 3s over here. Let's mark up this stuff. That's a 4 and a 5, and an 8 and a 4, and a 3, and a 7 and a 3, and a 7, and a 5, a 6 and a 7, 7 and 5, 2 and 4, 8 and 6, 9, 4, 1, 3, 4, 8, 9, 5, 8, 3. I could fill in these over here. 7, 1, 6, 7, 5, 6, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the bet tree is a 9. So congratulations to all the 9 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I hope that wasn't the intended method to solve this puzzle. I hope there was something something prettier that was intended to do this, but I can't imagine what it was. But it's very amazing that this has a unique solution this way. Yeah, this is absolutely, I think this is just a puzzle that you just like, if you just bifurcate this, it will come out much nicer, I believe. Which, I mean, is what we ultimately did. What we did is in every way just bifurcation. Alrighty. Let's do a 6x6 to to sort of round out the stream, because remember, after stream is over, we're premiering the Rangsk and I Peardoku video. So in celebration of that, let's pull out the Rangsk puzzle that Rangsk promised me would be enjoyable. So let us look at this 6x6, and then we'll take a short break, and then we'll do the premiere. That is the plan. Okay, so what are the rules? So killer couple cages. Digits in a cage cannot repeat. Each cage has exactly one other cage with the same sum. The cages do not need to be of the same size, just the same sum. Those cages are to be determined by the solver. Hey, Franco, I hope you're doing well. That is very interesting. So I suspect that these two are a couple. So we have that pairing. Let's see. And I probably can do some Sudoku on the yellows, maybe? Yep, we have a watch party right after this. Okay, so... yeah, these one-cell cages are not the same. So they have to be at least 3. They have to be the same as one of the other cages. That's true. So the 1 in this row is definitely in one of those cells. Let's see. Yeah, so this cage and this cage certainly don't match anything that's a single digit, because these sum to at least 10. So these actually have to match these two. Okay, that's cool. So the only thing that these two can possibly match, these are like a hidden pair couple. The only things that these can possibly match are these two, so they have to. So in particular, this matches one of them. So it's 1, 2, 3. That's very elegant. One of these is now 6. So we've got that. So these now match each other because they've got to match something, and they can only now match each other. They have no mates. So the bottom 2 rows sum to 42. And so that's an even total. The greens certainly sum to an even total. 6 is an even total. So this digit needs to be even to make it so that it's possibly the case that these things work out the way that they do. And I know that those are from 4, 5, 6. For whatever reason. One of these is a 6. Let's see. Do I want to figure out what numbers are divisible, what possible candidates there are for green? So 42 minus 8 would be 34. So we're, I think it's 17, 16, or 15. Oh, right. Okay, that's the easy way to see it. The greens are equal, so these two sum to the same thing as these two. Okay, that is much easier than the horrible thing I was about to do. So Selena points out, yeah, because the 2 greens are equal, the sort of complements are. So these two sum to at most 5, so these two need to sum to at most 5. So that's certainly not a 6. And these can't sum to 4 or 3, because if they summed to 4 or 3, these two would be the same digits. That's not going to work. So these two, in fact, actually do need to sum to 5, because they need to be a 2-digit sum that's not unique. So we then go ahead and get that this is a 1 and this is a 4. So we have a 4 there. That places the 4 over there in lots of ways. means that's not a 4. These are a 2-3 pair. These are a 5-6-1. That one's not a 1. So that places the 1 in row 1, which is going to place a 1 in this cage, which is not shocking, as these things go. 1 is placed in column 5, Rangsk points out, because it can't repeat in this cage. Sorry, not Rangsk. Garion points out. Yes, 1 is placed in this yellow, Selena points out, which makes that a 1. Let's see. So one of these is a 4, I can at least say by Sudoku. So one of these is a 4, I can say by Sudoku. I know that this is always a 2, 3, or 4. It cannot be a 5 because that would put a double 6 in the top row. So this is always a 2, 3, or 4. Right. Okay. So if this digit is 3, it makes this a 2, or alternatively makes this a 4. It doesn't work because the sum can't be 3 if this is 3. So that's never a 3. I agree with Garion's point on that. It's true. 2 in column 6 is definitely in the cage. So 2 over here is over there somewhere. Not super interesting, perhaps. If this is a 3, then that's a 4. This is a 4. These are a 5, 6 pair. Yeah, we can do some ketchuping. Selena and MicroStudy point out. These two are the same digit, which means it's not 2 or 3 because it sees a 2, 3 pair, and it's not 1. So this is 4, 5, or 6. And it's actually not 4 either because it sees a 4. So these are 5 or 6. So this is the circly 5, 6 for sure. One of these is the 5, 6. So this digit, MicroStudy points out, needs to go in this box, but it can't repeat in the box, and it's not a 1. So this digit can only be ketchup. So this is a ketchup 5, 6. So the ketchup 5, 6 in box 3 is here. So that's the ketchup 5, 6 in this box. Oh, in fact, actually, I don't even need to say it's there. It's there exactly. Like that. The fact that ketchup is in row 1 means that ketchup is 5, because remember, one of these 2 digits was 6. That's very cute. So these are, one of these is 5. Whoop. And so those are 6s. Okay, the total's not 5, which means this isn't a 4. So it's a 2 or a 3, which means this is a 4 or a 6. These are a 2-3 pair. This is a 4 or a 6, and it's not a 6. So this is a 4, and that's a 6, and that's a 4, which makes that a 3, and a 2, and a 3, and a 2, and a 3. It makes that a 6 by our earlier pencil marks. And we can mark the rest of the grid. So that's 4, 2, 3, 6, 4, 2, 3, 6, 2, 3, 2. I did very much enjoy that. That was quite lovely. Thank you, Rangsk. Debating, yeah, I would enjoy a 9x9 with that rule set, I think. Debating if I have time to do one more quick puzzle. Let's see. Let's see. I do. Okay. Okay, well, in honor of what we're about to do, let's do this Peardoku puzzle by Jay Dyer, which may or may not be a horrible idea, granted timing restrictions. But let us get started with this. So we have our usual 1-2 ratio black dots. And then we have a region sum line here, which says this digit is the same as the sum of these. And then these two need to differ by at least 3. So this is the classic Peardoku. Paul Fly says this one took them a long time. And these 3 are consecutive in some order. Well, this is certainly at least 3. I'm pretty sure I can disprove it being 3. Right, okay. So I can disprove it being 3 because there's only... Oh, sorry, there's... So I'm trying to prove that, yeah, this can't be 1, 2. If this is 1, 2, and that was a 3, this would have to be 2, 4 exactly. Is the tricksy thing. Let's see. Right. If this is a 3, then these are a 1, 2. So that would have to be the 1, the 2, and the 4. And now this is nothing. So it's not 3. We can at least do. I agree with that. What if this is 4? If this is 4, this could be 1, 2, or 3, 6. I feel like the key question is to ask ourselves whether any of these black dots can really be 3, 6. But I'm not sure how I'm supposed to answer that. I mean, certainly that's not the 6. So if this was 3, 6, it would be 3 there and 6 there. So yeah, so what if this is 4? If this is 4, then these are 1, 3, and these are 1, 3. And so this could be 1, 2, and 3, 6. No, that doesn't work. Right. That digit would end up there. Right. And that does not work. Right. So yeah. So the point is, if this is 4, these two are the same digit, and now these two are the same digit because 1 and 3 are each monogamous on black dots. So this is not 4. Okay. Now, if this is 6, then so let's see. So if this is 6, then these could be 1, 5 or 2, 4. If they're 1, 5, then of course that is 1 and 2. And now this is nothing. Right. So this could never be 1, 5. So the point is, if this is 6, the sum is not 1, 5 here, because of what it would do to this cell and what it would do to this black dot. And so this could only be 1, 2, but now this black dot can't be anything because every black dot needs a 2 or a 6. So if this is a 6, then these are always a 2, 4, which would, of course, make that a 2, that a 4, and that a 1. And now the point is, now this is also nothing. So by some look ahead that we're only doing because we're trying to do this puzzle quickly, this is a 5. Okay, so these are each from 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So if these are 1, 4, that's definitely a 2. If these are 2, 3, I'm not sure exactly what is happening.
I'm going to come solve with you.
Oh, yeah, the whole blue line is 1, 2, 3, 4, of course. Yeah, because the whole blue line sums to 5. So what does that do? Something maybe. There's a 5 up here somewhere. Okay, let's see. Garion says this can't be 3, because if this is a 3, that's a 6 and a 2, and now that breaks because this black dot needs a 2 or a 6. Okay, agree. So that's not a 3. Is the exact same thing going to be true here? Yes, the exact same thing is true here. By the way, that makes that not a 2. If this is a 3, it makes that a 2 and a 6 and breaks that black dot. So this is not a 3 and that's not a 2. This being 1, 2, 4 actually is huge because these things being 1, 2, 4 guarantee that there's a 2 on them, which makes that not 2 and that not 2, which makes that not 3 and that not 3, which guarantees there's a 2 on this and guarantees there's a 2 on this, which then makes that a 2 and makes that a 2 and makes that a 2 and makes that a 2. That was very clever. And so these are all 1 or 4. And those 1, 4 pairs there make those 3s. Alternatively, the region sum line makes those 3s. Take your pick. Okay, so this is a 5 or a 6, and this is a 5 or a 6. So we could go 6, 5, 4, or we could go 5, 4, 3. Either way would work, presumably. There's got to be a 5 in this column somewhere, and it's there, which makes that a 6, which makes that a 1 by whispery logic. These are a 2, 3 pair, so that's a 4, which makes that a 3. And so we can fill in these. That's a 2 and that's a 3 now. That's a 1. That's a 6. That is... Mark? Yeah, we can mark. And so we got 6, 4, 2, 6, 5, 1, 64515. Woohoo!
And now we're going to bounce you over to the watch party.
Alrighty. See you at the watch party. Woohoo! So just hit stop streaming or what?
Yep.